Hey, what is up, y'all? Welcome to Game Day with Heavy Cardboard, where we teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx. I am your host, Edward Euler. Just me, solo week again, because, well, shelter in place, right? So you do what you got to do, and hopefully you guys are being safe out there, taking care of one another, your immediate family, all of that, everyone close to you. So, that said, welcome everybody watching live around the world as well as after the fact. Today we are digging into Nemo's War 2nd Edition, designed by Chris Taylor and to a, I guess, maybe as a developer, Alan Emmerich as well. This was published by Victory Point Games, which apparently is no more, which is terribly sad. Also, across the pond, this was published by a very good friend of mine over at Frosted Games. So, hey. So, Nemo's War 2nd Edition. This is going to be a lot of fun today. A big thank you to all of the patrons who helped make all of this possible, so thank you to all of them. Without y'all, without the patrons, this ain't happening, so thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Speaking of support, if you guys enjoy the show, give it a thumb down below. Certainly would appreciate it. You can subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you get notified whenever we go live. Earlier this week, we did a surprise live stream that we didn't announce anywhere, so only the patrons and only the folks that hit the little bell got notified. So if you want that to be you, hit the little bell. Also, you want to support the show and join the herd, you can go to pledgehc.com. If you think what we do here is worth $1 or $2 a month, I certainly would appreciate it, especially given everything that's going on. Everyone's hurting. All I'm saying is don't forget the creators as well. We are as well. So thank you for all the support, guys. All right, Nemo's War 2nd Edition. I am far from an expert, but that's the case for most any games that you see here on the stream. So if you're in the peanut gallery, feel free to fix anything that I may mess up along the way. But I think I got a pretty good handle on it, but always welcome the peanut gallery's help. That said, I'm going to take the cameras down for the initial teach. The initial teach is not going to be all-encompassing. I tend to not do full front-end teaches on these solo streams just because it just feels like a lot when it's just me and I don't have other people to talk to. It's not like I'm teaching to anybody, so it just feels a little different here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a pretty detailed overview of what it is that we're going to be doing in Nemo's War 2nd Edition. And then we're going to go through the game and go through it step by step and kind of teach as we go in that regards. That said, I know my buddy Paul Grogan over on Gaming Rules did this yesterday. I mean, it makes sense, right? Streams, solo streams, given what's going on. So that was cool to check out. But yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Hopefully y'all are ready. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. So let's get into, oh, no, let's not. One more thing. I have a confession. This just stays between y'all and me. I've never read and I've never watched 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I mean, obviously I've heard of Captain Nemo. I've heard of the Nautilus. That's the extent. So, if you guys have flavor to add along the way, please do so. Speaking of which, when we play through the cards, the adventure cards, I'm going to be reading the flavor. Because, let's face it, captive audience, captive host, might as well immerse the theme as well, right? So let's do it. All right, let's get into it. Here we go with Nemo's War, 2nd Edition. A single-player game of underwater exploration and combat circa 1870. You are, hi, Captain Nemo, commander of the Nautilus. You will search the oceans, fight vessels of all nations, brave the hazards of the sea, find mysterious treasures, behold and chronicle amazing wonders, and travel around the world in your quest for knowledge and vengeance. Nemo's War is based on the novel 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by, of course, Jules Verne. So, all right. You know what? I think there's kind of one also flavor text-wise thing I want to cover before we get into the game itself. All right? The navies of the Age of Steam, because, I mean, yeah, right? The era covered in Nemo's War, again, circa 1870, was known as the Dark Ages for naval development. Many of the new Age of Steam industrial technologies simply did not work. A perfect example was the loss in September of 1870 of the fully rigged turret battleship HMS Captain, privately built for the British Royal Navy, which suffered from several design and construction flaws. It sank with the loss of nearly 500 lives. Problems such as these made governments increasingly reticent to make the huge investments in cutting-edge warship technology that was, at best, certain and at worst, dangerous. Consequently, there was a wide variety of ships, both old, rams and whalers, and new, clippers and battleships, sailing during this period. This worked very much to Captain Nemo's advantage, as the Nautilus repeatedly proved itself a marvel of nautical engineering. Other navies did not openly challenge Britain's superiority of the high seas between 1805, Lord Nelson's victory over the French and Spanish at Trafalgar, and the World War I Battle of Jutland versus the German Navy in 1916. Britannia ruled the waves during the naval Dark Age, and thus most ship tokens in this game fly the British flag. You'll notice there are also many American ships, since the game takes place soon after the Union's buildup during the American Civil War between the years 1861 and 1865. For variety's sake, they've included some wonders and worries of the sea in this age, including a French airship, pirates, erg, slavers, a sea monster, well, duh, right? A famed Confederate raider, and a cursed ghost ship of renown. When possible, visual reference of each vessel's real-life counterpart was used in reference for the ship token illustrations in the game. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm a fan of that. I think most of y'all watching are also fans of that. Cool. All right. So what is it y'all are looking at here on the majority of the components? Well, obviously we have the main board here. We have the scoring track over here. Full disclosure, I have never once used any of the chits to keep a running count on so all of these, I'll be honest, I don't know how to use. If you guys want me to do this throughout the game, somebody's going to have to walk me through this, because I've never used the ongoing count. Instead, what we are going to do, and I found this online on BGG, is at the end of the game, provided we survive, we're going to use this handy dandy little scoring sheet to be able to cover, or to be able to score, provided, well, we get to score the game. Other than that, what is it we're looking at? Well, starting off, we have the draw pile. This is our deck. This is the game timer. Okay, provided, or hopefully, we make it all the way through this deck, or at least down to the bottom. I think it's 5 cards. It's a pre-seeded deck, but it's randomized, but in a certain rough ballpark order. If you're familiar with the PAX games, how anytime you need to seed the deck a certain way, that's kind of how this is, but there's a lot of randomness within the seeding of that deck. This is going to be whenever we pass a test, one of these cards, or whenever we fail, we're going to be putting them in our respective piles, because at the end of the game, hopefully, we're able to score the things that are here in the pass area as well. Then we have the notoriety track up here at the top. Notoriety, bad. Low notoriety, good. So keep that in mind. We also have 3 other tracks here that cover the, call it, the big picture that is the Nautilus, okay? We have Captain Nemo up here, we have the crew track, and then we have the hull track. If any of them advance, and by advance I mean lower in their health, I think is a good way to put it. If any of them reach any of these 3 spots, the game will end immediately. So let's try not to do that. Then down below on the main part of the board over here, we have the various oceans where the game is going to take place. The Nautilus, which starts off board but will be traveling the seas, obviously, will be out here in these various oceans. We have different land areas out here. We have within a specific ocean, and I use the term ocean loosely in the way the game does. Like, this is the North Atlantic, this is the European seas. So just keep in mind that when I use the word ocean, it doesn't mean the Atlantic Ocean. Each of these spaces up here is going to be a spot for a potential ship, or as I like to call it, target. We have hidden ships that come seated on the board already, as you can see out here. These black ones are hidden ships, started out in any of these dark bordered areas there. Then you'll notice there are some multicolored gems out here. Now, the color of the gem doesn't matter. That just shows, hey, there be treasure in that specific ocean, so keep that in mind. So any of these spaces out here that do not have a gem do not have potential treasure, all right? Over in the bottom left-hand corner is a really, really helpful DRM chart. Now, if you are a war gamer or you've played war games, you understand what a DRM or a DRT, DRM table, is a dice roll modifier chart, which is going to tell you what, if specific things that you can roll, what you can modify your dice at, possibly, and then what the outcome is. So just to show you guys that a little bit clearer, that's what it is. And we're going to be referencing this a whole lot throughout the game. So just understand that I'm going to be using this as a reference because I'll be honest, Ian O'Toole did an amazing job of conveying a ton of information in this board in a really obvious and just well put out way. So that's what we have down here. Now, we have these dark blue lines that connect the various oceans out here. Those are for travel as well as for placement of ships. We also have dotted lines out here which are for placement of ships only. All right, so keep that in mind. Moving over, as we move our way to the right, we then have the adventure deck. All right, now this is going to be for additional adventures on top of anything that we may do here that we may choose to do as the game goes along. And you'll notice that it has a treasure token on top of it, or a treasure marker on top of it. That's because, well, we may be able to get some treasure out of the deal. Any collected treasures theoretically will go here, but they will probably go more into our tableau. More on that a little bit later. Again, we have a scoring track which we may or may not use as the game goes along. Then we have a turn sequence and a combat sequence. And again, we are going to be referencing these quite a bit throughout the game. Now, I do have some little cheat sheets here as well that may or may not be used, that may be a little bit easier. But the turn sequence is going to follow this turn sequence. And then whenever we have a combat sequence, well, we're going to have a combat sequence shown right there. So that's going to be really, really good as we go along. Now, moving over further to the right, we have motives, or our current motive. Now, what's a motive? Well, this is kind of the theme of what the Nautilus, what the mission of the Nautilus is going to entail currently. There may come a point, or there will hopefully come a point at the end of the game where we may be able to change our motive. Like, what is it we're trying to do? Well, as you can see here, our current motive is explore. All right, so our goal here is really to kind of explore the world. Now, we know this because these are all endgame point modifiers over here. So you'll see the wonders seen. Any wonders seen, every point is actually worth 7 points at the end of the game. Our science discovered is worth 4 points per science victory point that we will get. Liberation, treasure, and it just goes down from there. So you'll notice at the very top, because we are explorers, we're less about combat. So if we sink any warships, they're actually worth negative points, potentially, modifier-wise. That's not ideal. So as it is right now, that is where we're at for the current game. As the game progresses, though, you'll notice that maybe that changes, or we come over to that. And there's another one on the backside of the Explorer, which is anti-imperialism. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how the story unfolds with the story, with Captain Nemo and the Nautilus. All right. So now, moving on down to Tonnageville. So over here, we have the tonnage track. So what is the tonnage track? Well, what this represents is whenever we sink ships, we have two choices. We either can put them out here on the tonnage track to track how much tonnage we have sunk throughout the game, depending on what ocean it got sunk in. And then we're always going to fill left or right, and so these victory points are going to be in addition to anything that we may have gotten from sinking the ships themselves. But keep in mind, because we're explorers right now, sinking warships specifically kind of can be a negative thing, so keep that in mind. But these extra victory points are always welcome as well. So I said there are two options. We either sink the ship here on the tonnage track, or we can salvage up to 4 of the ships over here to then be able to turn them in for various retrofitting special abilities for the Nautilus over here. These are laid out this way because we're going to randomize this at the beginning of the game when we get started, and so there's only going to be 4 of these available at the beginning of the game. Now, we also have more hidden ship markers over here. We have more treasure markers over here. And then we have various different tokens that may or may not be used throughout the game. We have extra dice that we may end up rolling, probably will. We have a torpedo attack. We have some cannonballs. We have some other markers out here as well. Then, off board, we have treasure tokens. Now, anytime we acquire a treasure token, we're going to reach into this handy dandy little bag and we're going to choose one of these treasure tokens. These treasure tokens are usually going to be worth some amount of victory points, but we may be able to turn them in emergency cases to be able to avert disaster. There's also another bag of ships. So whenever we have to draw ships out of the bag, we're going to reach in, we will draw a ship. And there are 2 sides for each of these ships. There is their lower version of themselves, and then there is a more upscale version, which is going to be the harder version of them. And these ships are going to be going out here on the board. You'll notice that there's a stack of ships here, as well as out here, which may or may not come out throughout the game. Hopefully they will, because that means we're progressing and doing well. All right. So what else is it that we're going to be looking at? Or component-wise, what else do we have? Well, over here, you'll notice we have a handy-dandy little Nemo's War dice tower. So figure, you know what? Let's go ahead and bust that out. So we have that. That's going to stay there. That's going to be our randomizer. We may or may not start with the hydro drive as the game begins because, again, you'll see that it says Explorer on it. But it's going to cost us some things, so we'll decide collectively whether or not we're going to start with this. We have our attack marker, which is both a bold on one side as well as a stalk attack on the other. And then we have, let's call them passengers on board the Nautilus. Now, technically, these are either captives or crew, if I'm correct in calling them that. But I'm going to call these either people or passengers. The reason I'm going to do that is because whenever I reference crew, crew is going to be for that track up there. So I'm going to try to remember to call these passengers or captives. Now, what these are they're worth certain amount of victory points at the end of the game if we don't use them. However, you'll notice at the bottom of all of them, they have some sort of kind of rule breaker associated with them so that they're one-time use. If we use them, we're going to flip them over and then do whatever's on the back. So in this case, we get a notoriety. So they gave their lives for whatever that was, that special ability, a one-time use, but we got one notoriety, which would bump us up the notoriety track. So that's pretty much everything that you guys are going to be seeing here out on the board component-wise. There's also the epilogues. Now, I'm going to very briefly go through, show you guys. So depending on what our motive is and whether or not we succeeded or failed, that will determine what we read in the book. All right? All right. So that is everything you're looking at, but what the hell are we doing now? Oh. All right. Kyle, I was unaware of that. All right, so let's get into it a little bit, shall we? So the game of Nemo's War is going to take place over 3 acts, if you will. There's kind of a prologue, which is going to be this first card here, all right? And then there's Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and then the finale, all right? So it's kind of a thematic movie or a book, if you will, and hopefully we make it throughout the entire thing. Now, it's broken up each round, if you will, or each turn. Yeah, I think each turn, that'd be a better term to use. Each turn is broken up into the same 3 phases. There is an event phase, then a placement phase, putting out ships or targets, and then an action phase. We're going to be marking our actions here, as well as using this for available actions, as well as some other actions that are going to be available to us throughout the game. All right? So, let's go ahead and briefly cover each one, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So, looking over at the turn sequence, you'll see step 1, the event phase. Reveal the top card in the draw pile, follow its instructions. Awesome. Easy enough. Do whatever it says. Now, that is a far more involved than just do it, because there are various different types of cards that can come up, and each card is going to have a different sequence associated with it on what we do. But we'll get into that as we go along. The second phase is the placement phase. We're going to roll dice shown on whatever the current act card, and then either do a standard turn or a lull turn. If we roll doubles, it's going to be a lull turn. If we didn't roll doubles, we're going to do a standard turn. Pretty simple, all right? So the standard turn says, for the placement phase, place ship tokens, then use differential rolls to determine the number of action points received. Easy enough. And then the action phase. Take the actions, all right? So the actions, you can do multiple times. You can do any mix of them that you wish. You may do the same actions multiple times within the same turn. You are not limited to any of those. The available actions, and just naming them to go over them briefly, are adventure, attack, incite, move, rest, repair, refit, or search. So those are the available actions that are available, whether it's a standard turn or a lull turn. All right? All right. If it's a lull turn, for the placement, we're going to place ship tokens only for the white dice. Okay? Then place a treasure available token. That means the little gem in the doubles ocean. So if you roll doubles, let's say I rolled double 3s, well, some of these oceans, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I rolled double 3s, I would put a treasure available marker, i.e. a gem, out here on that space. If it already has one, don't bother. And then you also put one on the adventure deck, which is right there. Then check uprising cubes. We'll cover that as we go along. And then receive 0 action points. I did mention it's a lull turn. There's a lull in the action, right? Well, but you'll notice, but you get no action points. Well, you may have been able to save. We may have been able to save 1 action point as the game has gone along, or from the last turn. So you'll notice that rest, repair, refit, and adventure actions cost 1 action point each. Awesome. So that saved action point, we may be able to do some stuff there. All right. So we're going to go through that. And then after we have gone through the action phase, then we're going to go back into the next turn, another event phase, and work our way through the entire deck. Now, I'm going to do this upside down so I can't see, but you can see how many cards roughly there are. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I will actually look up in the rule book. I forget how many are exactly in there, so that for those of you guys that want to track all of these type things, the draw pile is complete at 31 cards. That includes the prologue. So here's how that's broken down. We have the prologue on top. That's the same top card no matter what. Then there are 6 random event cards. Event cards, those are the adventure cards, 6 of them randomly down below that. Then there is the Act 2 card, or the first intermission. Then, because we are playing the standard version of this game, we've made no modifications. You can up the difficulty, you can lower the difficulty. We're just going middle of the road for this. So Act 2 is going to be 8 of those event action cards. Event adventure cards, easy for me to say. Then a second intermission, then 8 more adventure event cards. Then there are 4 event cards and the finale card shuffled up together and put it at the bottom of the deck. So it could be the first of the 5, could be the last of the 5. We don't know. So there we go. All right. So the first couple steps, or the first couple turns, I should say, are going to go agonizingly slow because I'm going to walk through this very, very, very slowly. All right. And the reason for that is, well, we're going to be playing along. Plus, in case I make any mistakes, you guys can correct me. And, you know, we're teaching the game as we go. It's going to be a longer stream because I'm in no rush. You guys aren't going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. So let's take our time and have some fun, shall we? Over under on Glory to Rome's. Hopefully it's low. But I'm going to set it at... Yesterday's was 5. Boy, it ended up being at 5. I'm going to go... It's going to be a much longer stream. I'm going to go 6.5 on the Glory to Rome's. And now you have to choose who wins, who you're betting on, whether it's me or whether it's the game. Now, I should talk about how the game ends before we get started as well. The game ends immediately if Nemo, the crew, or the hull ever reach these marks immediately, game ends. Fail, just colossal, just abject defeat. If my notoriety reaches a certain mark, all right? Now, there are 4 different levels in which your notoriety can be checked as far as game end, okay? So let me explain this a little bit more in detail. The top track is the notoriety track. Because our motive is explore, it is the 36 space. So if this notoriety marker makes it all the way up to the 36 and we are still in explore, the game is over. We failed. If we had changed it to science, it would actually be at 26 here underneath there. That would be bad. But we're not in science, so we're not worried about that as much, although these ships will be added into the bag as we cross them. If we change to anti-imperialism, at 44, the game would end immediately. And finally, if we go war, good God, y'all. Yep, there you go, 51. If we reach there, the game will end there. Also, a colossal defeat. That is terrible. That's not good. All right. The next way the game can end negatively for yours truly, is if every ocean and every space has a ship in it. Now, these are hidden ships, so those represent ships as well. All right? Every ocean, if it's full of ship tokens, whether they're revealed or unrevealed, and then when a warship needs to be placed anywhere in the world, in other words, there's no room to put another warship, well, the game ends immediately, and that's an imperialist power. That's a colossal defeat for us as well. And I'm saying us because it's a collective thing, you and I. So you'll notice that's 3 ways the game ends. Notoriety track, any of those, this is full, all those are bad. The last way is if we hit the finale card. If we do, then we still might lose because it's all based on the amount of victory points that we're going to be able to acquire throughout the game. And there are certain thresholds for that. And I believe basically what it comes down to is anything below 250 points just sucks. All right? So, yeah. And yes, I did notice, for those that watched 1942 USS Yorktown yesterday, purple did not do well. Nemo is purple. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. And by thank you, I mean, hey, thanks for that. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. But before we get started, we kind of got to do something, don't we? I think we do. So, there we go. Our initial motive. So, we're going to call this game number, so we'll do herd 1. Herd number 1. Initial motive is going to be explore. All right. So, all we're worried about is this one right here. Okay, it's actually 4 on here. But you'll see our final motive, our endgame trigger, what we score for the various things over here, resources, everything else, and then our total points. So hopefully we're able to fill this out because that means we didn't reach one of those other endgame triggers, which is bad. But I will blame all y'all as well as myself if we fail. So there we go. All right. So we will set that aside for right now. All right. So I have my cheat sheets. I will bring up the chat. Let's rock and roll, shall we? Hey, there we are. What's up, y'all? Hi. I'm a little off center because the board, yeah, you get it. All right. Cheers to you guys. Speaking of which, don't forget, like, subscribe down below. Go to pledgehc.com, support the show there. Come on, hang out. Let's do this, all right? All right. There's one last thing we need to do for setup. And that is deciding whether or not we do the hydro drive. I want to see, do we do that at the very, very beginning before we do the prologue, right? Yes. Looking at the exact step, a moment. All right. Yep, we're going to do this first. So, each of these tracks how best do I explain this here? It's actually step 3, so let's walk through it. Okay. You can immediately purchase the card so that it is automatically equipped on the Nautilus at the beginning of the game by spending a number of ship resources equal to its cost of 3. All right. So, over here, we have the hydro drive. So as you can see, I will read this. It's worth 1 science victory point if we have it at the end of the game, which in our case, currently, the Explorer is worth 4 points. So that's 4 points right there. It cost us 3 ship resources. We'll cover that in a little bit, but we'll go over what it does. So it says, each time that you perform a move action, you can move the Nautilus up to 2 consecutive oceans. So it gives us some flexibility on moving. All right? So, what that means is whenever the Nautilus, say it's here in the North Atlantic, normally we can move to one adjacent ocean, but we could move from there to there, and then from, you get the idea, 2 moves, right? But it's going to cost us 3 bumps on that. So we have collectively a decision to make before the game even begins if we want to add this card to our tableau. So what say you guys? Do we want to add that card? Yes or no? All right, 1 for yes and 2 for no. And if the yes is, I want to know what tracks we're going to be moving down. All right? So what's it going to be? Help me decide. I'll drink some tea in the meantime. I'm not going to do this for every step, but I feel like this is an important first step, and we should do this collectively. And to answer your question, who was it that asked it earlier? Rocky, you're part of this, man. So, Pierre says 2 hole, 1 Nemo. Man, moving Nemo scares me. All right, so everyone, it seems, except for Chisholm, says yes. All right, we'll do it. Got it. Now, so what we will do is we will add this to our tableau, but we do have to pay for it, okay? So you'll notice it's going to cost 3 crew, or not necessarily crew. I apologize. All right. So it sounds like people are saying drop the whole 2 because it's one of the longest tracks. Plus, you'll notice that it's +3, +2, +2. So here, let me actually show you guys this a little bit clearer. There we go. So this is going to be our dice roll modifiers that we can wager whenever we do things. So, all right. 2 hole, I kind of like that idea. So we're going to drop 1, we're going to drop 2. And then the question is Nemo or crew. Personally, I think we do Nemo as well. And the reason I want to do Nemo is you'll notice that it's +2, +3. That +3 can come in real handy as we go along. So we're going to drop. Now, there are cards that will let us bump these back up, move them that way, which that is a good thing. All right. So there we go. Yeah, and Rocky says crew has been the single most important track during my plays. I suppose I had to bring everything up on here as well. So there we go. All right. So good call on that. I agree for what it's worth. So if we get back, if things go sideways, I'm not going to be one of those, hey, you guys said, no, that's not fair. Because honestly, I agree with y'all. I think so. I think it's going to be an important thing to be able to have. All right, so now, since we have decided that, now that's going to impact the cards over here. And I want to make sure that I get this right. All right, so we put out, I want to make sure whether or not we put out 3 or 4 of these bad boys. So here we go. So it says put out, that would take, the hydro drive would take the place of one of the 4, but it doesn't. So here we go. So we're going to cut there, and here we go. All right. So what do we have? We have the periscope device. You know what? These are going to be important that we work towards. And again, captive audience. So let's go ahead and show you guys these as well as they come out. So we have there, All right, so first things first, there we go. We have the periscope device. And this says, you no longer gain +1 notoriety between consecutive bold attacks. So normally whenever you continue attacking, then you would get +1 notoriety whenever you do so. Also, you can now make consecutive stalk attacks if successful, but you do gain notoriety between each. That's kind of sexy, not gonna lie. Something to keep in mind there. Now, this is worth 1 point for adventure cards. Again, our motive gives us no bonus on this, and I'm actually, before we start the game, I will actually go back over that in detail, and cost us 3. After we get these, I will read the flavor text. So there we go. That is the first one available. The second one available is Reinforced Armor. 2 victory points, costs 4 upgrade or salvage points. That's expensive because it's a really good card. Attacking warships receive -1 DRM to all attack dice rolls. It's harder for them to hit us. That's good because being hit by a warship, not good. All right. Next. Oh, I was hoping this one would come up. The Arcane Library. It's worth 1 wonder point, and it only costs 2 salvage points. That 1 wonder point is actually 7 points for us. This is going to be really important for us, I feel, if we're going to stick with Explore. You receive +1 DRM. Again, that's a dice roll modifier when performing a search or incite action. Okay, so what that means is we're going to want to salvage, sink some ship or attack some ships, salvage them, and spend them to be able to get that. That's going to be awesome. And the last card that's going to be out right now is the Double Hull. So all of these other ones are not available right now. They may become that way, but they are not as of now. Double Hull, 1 adventure point, and that adventure card point and 3 salvage. Gain an additional +1 DRM when exerting your whole resource. I'll explain. Exerting is going to be basically wagering to adjust potential rolls, which we're going to be doing a lot. It's a gambling game in some ways. Also, ignore all 6 results when rolling to apply damage to the Nautilus. Also awesome. All right? So, those are the 4 that are available. Evan asks, how do you switch between motives? There's going to be a point in time in the game that you're going to be able to do so. And you have to make a decision on that. And these I'm just kind of putting out. It doesn't matter where they are. Just the first one that we're going to go after probably is the Arcane Library. So put that up top. All right. Now, I did say before we get started, I wanted to zoom in on the motives over here. Because ultimately, this is going to be one of the biggest victory point generators for us. So, the motives. For all warship points, -1 each. That's not good. Non-warship multiplier is 0, so that's just face value on non-warship sunk. All right. Then down below that, we have the adventure cards. Those are just face value. Treasure items. Each treasure point's actually +1, so that's awesome. Then, liberation is, well, multiplied by 3. That's fantastic. Science discovered is multiplied by 4, and our wonders seen multiplied by 7. So anytime we see something wonder, or a wondrous thing, we're going to want to try and keep that if we're going to keep the Explore for the end of the game. All right? Yeah, well, I would argue that all of these are good. But the question is, unless we're going to go hog wild on attacking, and if we do, then maybe we change what our motive is later on in the game, but we plan for doing that. It's all about decisions, right? All right. Reading glasses time, all right? One more thing. I said I would read the flavor text, so here we go. The hydro drive. By compressing water taken in at the ship's bow and shooting it back into the ocean at an increased velocity from the ship's stern like a jet, the Nautilus can make an amazing 20 knots on the surface for an extended time. So that is our hydro drive. So you can see it back here. That's pretty cool. All right. So remember, permanently, unless we were to discard this card for any reason, that we can move up to 2 oceans whenever we take the move action. I'll cover these real quick, then finally for real, we'll get started. So our first officer, we can discard or, remove from the game for 3 actions, or 3 action points, plus 3 actions. Or plus 3 DRM after a roll. Oh, we failed? Okay, plus 3, but it's a one-time use. So keep that in mind. All these are one-time use. And worth 7 crew points, 7 points at the end of the game. The chief engineer gives us plus 2 action points, worth 5. The second officer, plus 1 action point, plus 3 points. The conceal, which I believe is a prisoner, gives us a reroll, 4 points. Then Professor Aronnax, I think maybe again, I haven't read the book. Plus 2 DRM after a roll. That's cool. He gives a science point and 5 points, crew points or passenger points, and he has a notoriety on the back if we kill him. And then Ned Land gives a plus 1 DRM after the roll, worth 4 points, and a notoriety at if we use him. All right. JT says the wargamer in me always wants to just attack everything. I hear you. All right. All right. I think finally we are ready to begin. All right. So I have my handy dandy little cheat sheet. I want to make sure that is ready to rock and roll. Here we go. So we start out with, I'm not going to be switching to all of these every time, understand? So it's not going to be, a 8-hour stream. Let's not go nuts with this. But I figure early on, we'll go over this. So the turn sequence. We begin with the event phase. Reveal the top card in the draw pile, and then follow its instructions. All right. We draw the top card. It is, the prologue. Oh, hey, who knew? And by who knew, I mean, hey, all right, cool. Rocky, I've got my afternoon martini poured. That's proper. I appreciate that. Nice. All right. So remember, guys, as we go along, take Rocky's advice a little bit less as we go along. Okay? And Bruce says, I'll probably be playing this today. Thanks to Paul and Edward, reminded me over the last 2 days. Excellent, Bruce. But I would appreciate if you hang out and play it afterwards. Okay? All right. And Evan, Conceal is sort of a prisoner, but not really if you read the book. He's on the ship against his will, but at the same time, he's almost there by choice too. Difficult to explain. Okay. Conceal dislikes Nemo, but is enough of a curious guy that he feels drawn to the opportunity to be on the Nautilus. All right. The negative for using the first officer? Nemo drops 1. Ouch. Good call for pointing that out. All right, Robert? So be careful with that. And it's Nemo's sanity, I believe, is what it is we're wagering, if you will, right? All right? Okay, so here we go. Let's begin the game. It's 1:14. Somebody mark the time. Sail in moderation, exactly. Here we go. Act 1, the prologue. The facts relating to this apparition, entered in various logbooks, agreed in most respects as to the shape of the object or creature in question, the untiring rapidity of its movements, its surprising power of locomotion, and the peculiar life with which it seemed endowed. If it was a whale, it surpassed in size all those hitherto classified in science. All right, roll a die and place the Nautilus in the corresponding major ocean. Let's start there. All right. So where are we going to begin? That's a 2. So the Nautilus will come on out. Can you guys see that all right? Not really. that is going to go right there. Now you can see it a whole lot better. I know, had I painted it, not my thing, but there it is. All right, so we are starting in the Eastern Pacific. All right, so next it says commence play with the next card. Okay, roll only 2 white dice to begin each placement phase. So at the beginning of each placement phase, we're going to roll 2 dice. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to take this, we're going to set it over here next to these, just as a reminder that we're going to roll 2 dice for the placement phase, and we're going to keep that there until we go into the next act, which may or may not change, which may change this. And you'll notice that it shows 2 dice up there at the top as well. All right? All right. Oh, Aranax, he's the main character? Oh, the stories are told from his perspective. Hey, all right. That's cool. I did not know this stuff. All right. So we draw the first event card, and we have a keep card. There we go. All right. A pearl worth 10 million. It is worth 1 adventure card point and 1 science point. And I would like to remind everybody, science are multiplied by 4 for us. Adventure cards are just face value. There, between its leaf-like folds, I saw a loose pearl as big as a coconut. That's a big pearl. Its globular shape, perfect clarity, and wonderful orient made it a jewel of incalculable value. Carried away by curiosity, I stretched out my hand to take it, weigh it, fondle it. All right, so this is a keep card, all right? You know what? I'm going to actually, for the first one, do it this way. I haven't used the cheat sheets yet, all right? So, there are different tests here, okay? Keep cards are going to keep in your tableau, okay? And it says, when in the Indian Ocean. So, where's the Indian Ocean? We are currently here, connected to Cape Horn, connected then to the South Atlantic, connected to the Cape of Good Hope, and finally over to the Indian Ocean, which is also connected to the Western Pacific. So going the other way, we could go to the Central Pacific, to the Western Pacific, and then all the way over to the Indian Ocean, all right? So, when in the Indian Ocean, for 1 action point, you may test. If we pass, we move this into the fail, and we collect 3 treasure. That's awesome. If we fail, it goes into the fail, and we gain a notoriety. At game's end, it's a pass if unused. All right, so let's unpack this a little bit, since it's the first one we've seen. We get to keep this card. So if at the end of the game, we haven't done anything with this card, it's going to be worth a pass. And what does that mean? That means we can score it at the end of the game for these victory points. All right? Now, if at any point during the action phase, while we are physically in the Indian Ocean, we may choose to do this as a test. All right? Now, tests are what we need to roll 2 dice to be able to have 2 6-sided, everything's a 6-sided dice, to be able to roll to reach that value. Now, that 10 obviously is a really big number. However, we can exert 1 level of whatever is shown here. All right, so what does that mean? Well, up here on the tracks, again, we have where the 3 tracks are. We have Nemo, the crew, and the hull. Well, because our card showed the crew specifically, so the crew one says we can exert. So that means we may. And we're going to do this early and often because 10 is a big number. So what this is going to be is we're going to be wagering that we get a +3 before we roll, and you must make this determination before you roll, that gives me a +3 dice roll modifier, meaning we actually only need a 7 or higher on our roll if we choose to exert the crew. Well, if we succeed, awesome. Here's what happens. That just goes back to wherever it was. It goes back to the left side. So if it had said hull, we would have done that. If we succeed, it would have moved back to where it was. Okay, cool. Or if it said Nemo, etc., etc. But it didn't. It said crew. So it's a +3. So we would roll the dice, and depending on what the outcome is, whether it's a success or whether it's a fail, okay? So here, we would need to roll a 7 or higher if we exert the crew. And if we pass, we actually still move this into the fail, and then we get 3 treasure, all right? So, and by 3 treasure, I mean we get 3 treasure tokens. That's kind of sexy. That's kind of awesome. But we won't be able to score it at the end of the game. So, that's all right. But the good news is, that's it for the event phase. That wasn't too bad. Okay? So, we're going to go ahead and just kind of set that right there as a reminder that whenever we are in the Indian Ocean, I suppose, you know what? We could do this. We can move that all the way over, like there. We don't need the attack marker on screen, so there we go. We'll keep that handy dandy. Boom, done. There we go. And yes, you can exert more than 1 if the card lists more, but yeah, it's just 1. All right? All right. That was a good draw. And full disclosure, you guys know me. I don't cheat. So these are completely unknown. That is not a stacked deck whatsoever. All right. So now we need to go through, that's step 1. All right? Or phase 1, which is the event phase. That's done. So now the placement phase. Roll dice shown on the current act card. So we're going to roll 2 dice. And then it determines whether or not it's a standard turn or a lull turn. So here we go. Let's roll, shall we? All right. Well, that happened. Okay. So we rolled double 5, so it means it's going to be a lull turn. So the 5s, we're going to put these out here just as a reminder that that's where the lull turn is taking place. Did not expect that. All right. So getting back to this, now it says a lull turn. Place ship tokens only for the white dice. Place a, and we'll go through this. All right. Yes, Mur, really, it's legit. It's not. All right. I'm still going to reference the rule book, yes, Kabuki Kid, but yeah. All right, so here we go. Place ship tokens only for the white dice. Place a treasure available token in the doubles ocean and on the adventure deck. So, all right. Now, a moment. All right, so the ship placement first. We're going to place ships. So let's go ahead and go through that. And I want to make sure that I get this correct. So, a moment. All right, so we're going to be placing 2 ships. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into the ship bag. Wait a minute. I lied. Sorry. First things first, hidden ship comes out. Whew, getting ahead of myself. So that's going to be for one of the dice. There we go. All right. Goose Arena, why am I not using the fancy Edward May dice tower? Because this one came with its own. So there you go. Okay. All right. So there, then you'll notice that there are no more spaces there. So we have to follow the steps. So ship placement priority. A hidden ship in that ocean. Done. A hidden ship in an adjacent ocean. Well, there's only one adjacent ocean. Check that. There are two. There's one adjacent ocean here, and there's an adjacent ocean here for placement, which is through the Suez Canal. Okay? Well, I don't know that it was included. Was it? I'll be honest. I think this is Matt's copy of the game, so I do not remember if it was originally included. So we are going to take one more hidden ship, and we can place it either in the North Atlantic or in the Indian Ocean. And to be honest with you, I think we're probably going to be heading towards the Indian Ocean, so let's go ahead and just put that there into the North Atlantic. All right? So that is the order in which we have done that. We have placed our ships. All right. There we go. So we have placed the ship. Now we have to place a treasure token or treasure available token on the doubles ocean. And this is where you guys with experience can help me out. I was on the impression that if there is one already on there, you don't place another, but you still place one up here on the adventure deck. You place it on an adjacent ocean. I apologize. If possible. So, we're here. An adjacent ocean would be there. There is one. And there is one. And you know what? We're going to trade that out because you can't really see the clear. Let's do green. There we go. So, there you go. So, there are already those. So, we're not going to place one there. However, we don't add it to the map, but we're still going to go ahead. Let's go Christmassy, add one up there. All right? Take care, Jeroen. All right. Yes. So, boom, boom, boom. All right. Next. We are now check uprising cubes. We don't have any on the board, so we're just going to skip that. Receive 0 action points. Okay, done. And you'll notice that rest, repair, refit, and adventure actions all get 1 action point. Now, we started the game with 1 action point up here. So, we could, if we so desire, do 1 action if we wish. All right. So what are the actions? So, adventure. We could spend our, normally it costs 2 for an adventure, but as it is, it's only 1 because it's a lull turn. We can draw the top card from the adventure deck and do whatever it says. Or we could draw it, don't like it, and put it face down back at the bottom of the deck. That is an adventure. That is option 1. Option 2 is we could attack the ship where we are here in the Eastern Pacific. Again, we do need to attack ships to salvage them to then be able to get the arcane library. Although, if it ends up being a warship, it's actually negative points, but we're going to salvage it and then discard it, so that won't hurt us. So keep that in mind. Or we could do any of the available options that are listed over on the action success table, but the DRM chart over here, all right, which is we could search, rest, repair, refit, or again, incite. Now, let's briefly go over what these are. Search, that gets us treasure tokens. However, we get a +1 DRM with the arcane library, which is one of the things we're trying to get. Yeah, so keep that in mind. And you'll notice that 7s and 8s or higher, whenever we roll, the green tend to be good results. There might be good with a little bit of bad, but tend to be good results. The higher you roll in this game, the better we are. The lower we roll, bad things. All right, so that was search. To rest is we're going to possibly gain crew if we rest. Well, if we take a look up here, we're already maxed at crew, so that's wasted. That doesn't make sense, so we're not going to do that. The next is repair. Now, we can gain hull. Now that could be tempting, right? Because, again, our hull we had to pay to be able to get our hydro drive to begin with. So that's a viable option, okay? We could refit, which is be able to get an upgrade. That's tempting. So, provided we're able to draw well, a refit gives us an upgrade. What are the upgrades? These bad boys over here, and there's our arcane library, which then helps us for searching and inciting later. That is a possibility. Inciting. This allows us to put some of these black cubes out here on the board, which are going to be good things for us collectively. Although it will lower our notoriety. So honestly, we don't have a lot of notoriety, and we have no notoriety right now. So I would rather wait to do that. So the other thing that we can do is we could move. Now, it shows adventure up top and it shows all of those, but it does not show the move action. That's what I was looking for. Over on the left-hand side of the rule book, let's get the glare out of there. There you go. Those are all the available actions: adventure, attack, incite, move, rest, repair, refit, and search. Now, everything on the left-hand side there shows that it costs 1 or 2 action points unless it's a lull turn, which is all 1 point. So moving is one of them. Now, again, moving towards the Indian Ocean makes also sense. So moving here to go into the Western Pacific, or we refit. I could make a case for both of those. And a lot of people are like, oh, adventure. And I'm like, come on, really, guys? Oh, shoot, you're right. We can't refit because we don't have any salvage. That's how we get the upgrades. Thank you. Yes, good call. So, adventure or move. And it seems the majority says adventure. So what the hell? Let's go ahead. So we're already drawing extra cards. So there's 31 cards in the deck. We're now at 32. Here we go. So this is costing us our 1 lonely action point. There. It's a keep card. It's almost like you cats knew it. The transatlantic cable. We were about 500 miles from Heart's Content at a depth of more than 1,400 fathoms that I saw the electric cable lying on the bottom. All right, it's worth 2 points. So, when the Nautilus is in the North Atlantic, which North Atlantic is up here, we would have to come this way or up this way to get there. Okay, or back around, etc. You get the idea. When in the North Atlantic, you may fail, meaning you move this into the fail pile. You don't fail, there's no test here. And immediately perform a free insight and or search actions, but no more than 3 combined. Oh, you may perform free insight, but no more than 3 combined. For each one, you gain a notoriety. However, if we don't use it, we get to score it at the end of the game. And right now it's worth 2 points. Nice. That's not terrible. All right. This is a friendly start so far. All right. So, looking back at the turn sequence now. You'll notice, done. We've made it all the way through the action phase. Why? Because we're out of actions. We could have reserved the one. I suppose that was also an option. Chose not to do that. So there we go. So here we go. What do we do now? Back to the event phase. Hey, all right, 31 or 1 down, 30 more to go. I'm not going to be able to keep track of all these, so if you guys want to, you are more than welcome to track. I think that'd be cool if we could keep a running commentary if somebody wants to type that in chat. Plus, it'll help Adam later on. So there we go. Next card is, we have a test. Here we go. The Coral Realm. Captain Nemo and his men had come to bury their companion in this communal resting place on the inaccessible ocean floor. It's worth 0 points. So we have a test, and it has a crew that we can exert. Again, you're allowed a max of 1 exert per thing listed here. If we pass, we gain 2 crew. If we fail, and we get to move it into the pass tie, but this is, again, it's worth 0 points for us. And if we fail, we lose a crew. This just in. This sucks. So see, you know it's not stacked. We're maxed at crew. That's completely wasted. Oh, back up. You guys are right. I'm shorting myself. You see how many gems there are up here? There are 2. So you know what that means? We get 2 treasure tokens. So those come off. Back up. That's why we took the action, right? Was to get the treasure. All right, so we're going to draw these 2. So let's find out what they are. Sorry, guys. My bad. All right, here we go. The first one is the Lost City of Dwarka. That's a wonder. Hell yeah. 7 points. Book it, Dano. It shows 1, but it's a wonder. 7-time multiplier. And that's worth 2 treasure. Okay, cool. And these are worth 1 point extra each. So that's actually worth 3 points. So, cool. All right. So these guys are going to go up here into the collected treasure. This one is going to be important. We might be able to get rid of that if we so desire. Now, those are permanent, except we can use them in emergencies if need be, but more on that later. So getting back to this. We have our test card. So, honestly, I think we risk it without exerting the crew, and here's why. If we pass, great. We don't gain the 2 crew because we're maxed, and it's worth 0 points. This card sucks. If we fail, we lose a crew. Well, all right, right? Now, when we fail, if we fail, we're going to lose 1 crew. In addition to that, we're going to lose, no, actually, that's it. That's all we'll get. If we don't exert the crew. So I think we just hope for a 10 or higher. That's what, yeah. So I'm not going to risk it. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. So here we go. We'll grab the other 5 there. We need a 10 or higher to keep our crew. Hey, Felix. Yes, we would lose 2 crew if we exert. I don't think it's worth the risk to not lose. So here we go. Ah, it was close. No, you must do it. You cannot ignore it, Eric. All right? So, unfortunately, we lost the crew. They're still fresh, though. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So we failed. That goes into the fail, and we lost the crew. All right. It happens. What can you do, right? All right, next. Placement. Roll the dice, and then decide whether it's figure out if it's a standard or a lull turn. So here we go. Hey, that's pretty good. I will take that. All right. So now it's a 6 and a 3. So it's going to be a standard turn. We're going to place ship tokens, and we're going to use the differential roll to determine the number of action points. So what does that mean? 6 minus 3. Difference is 3. Means we're going to get 3 action points. I'm cool with that. But placement rules. Again, placement is we're going to place for each one. And I believe these go lowest to highest and not highest to lowest. Let me double check that, because it does not show that on the board. Lowest to highest. All right. So we're going to place 1 in 3. So we go 1 there. And then we go 1 in 6. 1 there. We have placed our ships. Next, we've determined our action points. Now, we take our actions. All right. So, movement is 1. I think we could spend 2 points to move 1, 2 to the Indian Ocean to then be able to do that test to be able to get treasure tokens. What do y'all think? Hey, Ian. We could also search, but I kind of really want the Arcane Library first, so we could attack. What do y'all want to do? Attack or move? Those are your choices. Or search. That's fine. I will go. I'm okay with searching as well. Those 3. I think I'm going to move twice and then use the card. Eric says, get the library built from the bones of your enemy. Also an option, right? Because all I want to do is attack the one ship that's in the Eastern Pacific. That might not be a terrible idea. And do it as a stalk, right? And if it ends up going sideways, I can always, yeah, you know what? We're going to attack. We're going to attack. Here we go. All right. So we're going to attack. That's going to cost us 1 action point. And we're going to walk through this here in the combat sequence here. Okay? So, step 1 is we're going to attack the hidden ship that is here. Okay? So here, let me walk through this step by step and make sure that I don't forget anything since it's the first time we're doing it. So, we're going to spend an action point, and it's going to be a bold or a stalk attack. A bold basically allows us to do multiple attacks if they're successful, as long as we sink them. If at any point we choose to salvage them, which is what we're trying to do, we would have to stop. Well, bold also means that we must attack whatever it is, whereas if we did a stalk attack, we can choose to maybe slip away and be like, ooh, that's a little bit more than we bit off. Or a bit off more than we could choose, so let's go ahead. We just want the 1, so let's go ahead and stalk attack here, all right? So, here we go. So it's going to be this hidden ship, that's what we're targeting to begin with, All right. So now we're going to draw a ship. Not earlier. I apologize. Sean makes a valid point. Wait to attack until some ships have been drawn and placed, and you can pick soft targets. I totally get that. All right. So we have a clipper, which is a non-military ship. So in fact, why don't we do this? So on its main side, or its lower side, because of our notoriety being low, we can keep it on the easier side. So there, that would be on the harder side. So you'll notice that there is two ratings on this. There is an attack. These ships always attack first. There is no gun on the Nautilus. The Nautilus must get in close to either ram it or cut the ship from underneath. So the ships always attack the Nautilus first. So that's not a terrible attack number, and that's a very high defense number. But we're on the easier side. So here we go. So if we were to get this ship, which its defense rating is 9, we need to roll higher than that, it would be, in theory, be worth 2 ship points at the end of the game, but we're going to salvage this if we're able to. It is a British clipper and 1 notoriety for putting it down underneath. So that's the ship that we're going to actually be attacking. All right. And I don't mind that pull, so we're going to go ahead and attack. All right. So it is a stalk attack or a cautious attack. So we will go ahead and do like so. All right. And I guess technically it's no longer hidden. We know what it is. So that will go up there and go like so. Sorry. All right. So we get a 1 single attack on this ship. So now, looking at the combat sequence, this is actually really, really simple because it doesn't get to hit us. So, number 1, warship attack. It's not a warship, so we skip all of that. We go straight into step 2. The Nautilus attacks. Roll a 2d6, meaning you roll 2d6s, versus the ship's defense value. Hit if it's equal to or higher than the ship's defense value. The ship's defense value is 9. So we need to roll a 9 or higher. All right? Now, dice roll modifiers say +1 if making a stalk attack. We are. And then we can exert any 1 ship resource to add a plus modifier to that. We do not have the strength and prow, and there are no other warships currently in this ocean. If there were, we then would get a -1 for any other warships. And correct me if I'm wrong, it does not matter how many. Let me double check. Yeah, if there are multiple, it still is only a -1. All right? All right. Hey, Paul. I hope your brother's doing all right. Send our best wishes to Chris, Paul. All right. So here we go. So we are going to attack. We get a +1 because it's a stalk attack. And we are going to exert because, yeah. All right. So what are we going to exert? We're going to exert the crew. So that gives us a +3 right there. That's what that shows, is the +3. All right. So we need a 9 normally. We have a +1 because of the stalk attack. We now need an 8. And we have a +3. We now need a 5 or higher on 2 dice. Okay. That seems, I think, reasonable, right? I think. 5 or higher. Here we go. Oh, good. I'm glad he's doing better, Paul. 5 or higher. Boom. Didn't even need it. What up? All right. First things first. We succeeded. That will go back. Just kidding. Didn't actually need it. Even if we needed it, it still goes back because it was successful. All right. So that is done. So now that was success. If hit, the ship is destroyed. Assign the ship token to tonnage or salvage and adjust the notoriety on any special effects on the ship token. All right. Well, we do get one notoriety because we sunk the Tatsing. I think Tatsing. All right. So now we are going to go ahead and salvage this because, again, we're working on getting the Arcane Library. So that's going to go there. That is going to be worth 1 salvage point of the 2 that we need. And it says these salvage points are used during the refit action to purchase an available Nautilus upgrade. And then whenever spent or lost, these are discarded and they're out of the game. So there we go. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, legit. Ian, first off, hey, good seeing you, bro. Hopefully I see you at Essen, if Essen works. Thanks for hanging out. And seriously, this might be your best job. Like this, the player aid stuff and everything, this is just stellar. Just legitimately fantastic. So good job, Ian. All right. So that was a successful combat. Hey, good job. All right. So that was 1 action point. Now we have 2 more. The next one is we're going to go ahead and move for 1 action point. So because of the hydro drive, we can go 1, and we're going to move 2. So now we have another decision to make here. We could try and attack another here in the Western Pacific to, again, try and get for that Arcane Library next turn, or we can move 1 more time to make it over to the Indian Ocean to try another test to be able to get the 3 treasure. So I'll leave it up to you guys while I get a drink. Do we attack again, or do we move again to the Indian Ocean and do the test there for the 3 treasure? Decide. And I'm going to look something up while you guys are deciding on that. Oh, one other thing I did not mention to you guys that I probably ought to point out. Rolling snake eyes in this game universally is just bad. Don't roll snake eyes. Knock on wood. Okay? So keep that in mind. All right? Bruce brings up a good point. We move so that we're there in case of a lull turn. We could save the act. No, I'm not going to save it for right now. That's actually a really, really tough call. I think I'm going to go ahead and move, though. I could make a case for attacking, but there's 2 hidden ships here as well. Just because we can move 2, we're only going to move 1, and that is going through here to the Indian Ocean. So that is it. That then ends the turn. So we now go back into another event phase. I see the validity in attacking, but at least if there's a lull turn, we're at least here and we can do the do the... Well, no, it costs an action, doesn't it? Hold on. It does say it costs an action. Take off, Ian. Thanks for hanging out. You know what? Never mind. Let's attack. Let's go with it. So we're going to do another stealth attack, or stalk attack. So here we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. The Enterprise on the backside, but we have a slaver. I'm okay with that. All right. So we have the Syria. It's a slaver ship. We get +1 crew. Really? Awesome. All right. So it's a British slaver. It's worth 0 ship points, but we're salvaging it anyways. Only need a 7. That is awesome. All right. So, yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah. All right, so let's get to it. It was a great pull, by the way. I don't know that we could have asked for a better one in this case. So, the combat sequence, again, very simple. We're going to roll 2d6. And here we go. So, dice roll modifier, +1 on a stalk. So we need a 6. We're going to go ahead and exert the crew again. So we actually need a 3, which Snake Eyes would suck anyways. So, okay. Anything but. So think of something that we want. How about double 5s? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh my God. Glory to Rome. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. So that just happened. Oh. You know what? That's a good point. Thanks for the reminder. I think Conceal's about to bite it. Oh, I forgot about the reroll. Thank you. Wow. Just still. That was as close to a flip the table moment as I'm not kidding, I almost took my glasses and threw them down on the board. All right, Conceal, rest in peace. So now would be actually a good time to talk about the emergency stuff. Wow. Okay, after an outcome is known, you can sacrifice your available character tiles. There you go, character tiles. And discard to the fail pile. So basically, that's that. And discard to the fail pile. Equip Nautilus upgrade cards to alter the situation and thus provide, here we go. So if we were to discard the upgrade card here, this would turn it into a success. But we're not going to do that. Character resources, which I just did, so there we go. Oh my God, that was... Don't know if it's worth the with the reroll, huh? Rocky says there's a chance of getting them back with certain cards. Okay, all right, there's that. Wow. No, we're gonna reroll. Decisions made. So there we go. It's a success. There we go. Wow. Like, you should feel my heart rate right now. That was unpleasant. So the Syria. So now I want to double check. Do we get the crew now on that? You receive it immediately and automatically and immediately after sinking the ship. Okay, it's still technically a sunken ship. It's just whether or not we get it for tonnage or for salvage. That's what I wanted to check. So we get the +1 crew, and I think because of that, it was worth it. So we get that, and then over there. There we go. Okay, what does Snake Eyes actually do? All right, so the fact that it was against... because I was attacking and I got double ones, it would be a critical miss, which means I immediately get +2 notoriety and I lose 2 ship resources on that attack. So I would have not only gotten the crew to there, I would have actually had to drop it all the way down to there. So from here to, it was here. So there, 1, 2. So instead of it being where it is, it would have gone there. I think it's totally worth it for the Snake Eyes. All right. So there we go. There are 4 different outcomes for Snake Eyes depending on when you roll them, depending on what's going on. So that's what if you're attacking a ship. But seriously, like, that was so improbable. Not just talking mathematically improbable. I'm just, like, is somehow Chris here? Like, is he hiding since all he does is roll low? Anyway. All right. So we are done with our actions. That's done with that. We then go into the turn sequence for a new round, new turn, and we go into the event phase. That was nuts, dude. That was legitimately nuts. We have a play card. All right, there we go. All right, Prussia declares war. So it is 2 warship points, but it's -1 for us, so it's actually only 1 point. And it's 2 non-warship sunk, so it's actually just worth 2 points. And Prussia declares war. I suppose their Chancellor Bismarck will take them to war after war, but it is not great. But it is their great naval base at Wilhelmshaven that concerns us now. What will Captain Nemo make of such an opportunity as Prussia's war spreads to the sea? So the play card says, getting back to this, I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the roll. I apologize. I should just move on. I understand. This is going to go into the pass or fail, obviously. So here we go. All right. In every ocean where there are 1 or more Prussian warships, immediately discard 1 hidden ship token or 1 revealed ship token. All right. Then, well, there are no Prussian warships. In fact, there are no ships out here. All right. So there's that. Okay. So pass for this card's tonnage victory point or fail the card for -2 notoriety. Well, we're only at 1 notoriety, so you know what? It's going to get our first pass. I mean, it's worth 3 points. 3 of our 250 that we need at a minimum. Not really, but for the ideal for a success. All right? Oh, all right. All right, cool. So there we go. So now we need to roll for the placement. All right. So it's going to give us 2 action points, and we have a 2 and a 4 that came out. So 2 action points. And we're going to put 1 in 4, and we got 1 in 2. Easy enough. Like, I'm literally shaking over that roll. Like, just, that was nuts. All right. So we have a regular standard turn. So placement phase done. And now we take our action points. I mean, you can see that this is going to rock and roll and move pretty snappily now that we're rocking and rolling, right? Whew. All right. So we have 2 action points. We could do one of 2 things. We move with one of them, and then we could use the action to do the Indian Ocean test for the treasure, or we could just go ahead and try and refit. If we refit, we need a minimum of a 7, ideally a 12 or higher. But we can exert any ship resource. Okay, cool. So we could use our crew for a +3. So that then drops it to a 4 that we need. And we can discard any treasure token, its victory point value, for a DRM as well. There are no warship present. So we do have this +2 right here if we really want to be able to almost guarantee a success on the refit. I want the refit, so we're going to do that. And I want to make sure refit's just 1 action, right? Oh, it's right here. Sorry. See? It's all right here. Refit is 2, though. Yeah, I think we refit. Go ahead. No, the pass is just tonnage victory points. It would be -2 notoriety if we failed it. That's all. Yeah. Yeah, no, I will not say that word again, Gustav, if I can help it. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and refit. So we're going to move to, so let's go to the refit. So we will go ahead and exert the crew. So now we need a 4 or higher. And this is really important to me. And it's only 3 points here worth. Now, something that's going to be important to note here with the refit or with any of these. This shows that I expend this for 2 points of DRM. Now, on the motive card, it shows a +1 for each of these, but that's only for endgame points. It's not during, so that would be a +2. Because if we rolled a 7 or 8, we would lose this anyway. I'm okay with using it to ensure a higher version and go ahead and just punt on it anyways. So I'm good with that. So we're exerting, so that's going to be a +3. 4, 5. So ideally, we would like a 4 or higher. So we start with a DRM there of 5. So here we go. Okay, close enough. So that's going to be 9 plus 5 is going to be higher than 12. Higher than 12 says upgrade for 1 fewer salvage. Hot damn. So this is out of the game. That's okay. I don't mind that. We will go ahead. We'll discard the slaver. So now, the arcane library, yes, but because we got the -1, we actually can choose any of those 3. We could do the double hull. We get a +1 DRM when exerting a hull resource. That's really good. You no longer gain a +1 notoriety when doing bold attacks, and you can do consecutive stealth attacks, but you get a +1 notoriety. That's also really good. But you know what? I think we stay on target. We take the arcane library. So the arcane library is going to come over, and the arcane library says, Captain Nemo's arcane library housed not only European culture and arts, but also many native histories and legends that help him discover what the oceans might yield. This, along with electrolocation searching, revealed many secrets. And it's worth 7 points at the end of the game. So now, help me remember, we get a +1 DRM when performing a search or incite actions. All right? Awesome. And we get to keep that. That was good. Yeah, I agree that the double hull is probably going to be the next one that we try and get. Now, notice I am not refilling this. There are certain events or cards that can come out that can refill this spot, but we do not. All right? Irene says, library, yay! Yeah, exactly. We want to search the oceans as much as we can. I agree. So you know what? Outside of a really bad roll that didn't happen, that turn couldn't have gone better. All right, so that was a success. That moves back. Awesome. We're out of actions. Here we go. Another event card. That was nuts. That was funny, though, wasn't it? To be clear, it's only funny because I was able to actually succeed. Thanks for the reminder on the reroll. Whew. All right, here we go. What card number is this? Come on, guys. Somebody keep the number going in the chat, will you? Because I have no idea. 1, 2. This might be the 4th card. I don't know. Here we go. We have another keep card, the Korea Incident. All right. The Korea Incident says, Captain Nemo glowered at Ned for his remarks in favor of Americans and growled, even now, Mr. Land, the Americans desire to force open trade with the reclusive Koreans. And just as they did in Japan 15 years ago, the Americans are sending a war fleet to articulate their interests. I don't know. That's how I'm picturing Nemo right now. Go with it. So, keep card. When the Nautilus is in the Western Pacific, which, oh, this just in, we currently are. You may intervene on Korea's behalf to get an 11. But notice, Nemo and crew, which currently could be up to 5. That's not bad. If we pass and place up to a 1d3, so a 1-2 is a 1, a 2, a 3-4 is a 2, you get the idea. Uprising cubes in any Pacific Ocean location, that's good. Or if we fail, lose 2 hull or gain 4 notoriety. Nice. All right. Hey, Paul. So, wow, we're doing well on the keep cards here, aren't we? Too far. There we go. There we go. All right. That was really good. Cool. So let's go ahead and roll now for the placement. That's a can of die. We're going to re-roll that. All right. There we go. So we get one action, and we have 5 and 4 coming out. 5, 4. One action point. Whoop. Lowest to highest, so we start in 4. And we go to 5. 5 is full, so we can do adjacent. Adjacent is no, yes. Here we go. All right. It's actually our 4th card, isn't it? 1, 2. Oh, God, it's more than that. 3, 4, 5. Ah. All right. All right, so the test now, I think that's what we're going to do for the action point. So because we're in the Western Pacific, we will go ahead and spend that action point. We're going to go ahead and do this one. All right, so let's walk through this now since it's our first test like this. And what I want to see on this is for the test is does the library count for that? I don't think it will because it's not a search or an incite action. So, although the question is, if we pass, do we add a +1? It doesn't say it's an incite action, just the uprising is the result of, no, I would say no. So, okay. So we're going to do the test. So the test says we need an 11. We can use Nemo and the crew. That's 2. That's 5. Is there anything else that we can do? Oh, check that. It's either or. Oh, actually, it doesn't say it's an action. It was the other card that does. Good call. So, going back to that. Whoop. So we actually can only exert one of these. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. And there's no other, want to make sure, nothing else that we can exert. Yeah, not willing to do that. So, yeah. So just to be clear, Peanut Gallery, I have a choice. You're allowed to exert one of those two, either Nemo or the crew. Because it says any and all, but it does stress that you can risk only one ship resource maximum, but you'll have a choice of type. Yeah, no, I see. It's kind of conflicting. I believe I believe we can do both, actually. Yeah. So that's going to be 5. We need an 11, so we need a 6 or higher. We got a 7. Awesome. All right. So, okay. And Pierre and Sean are confirming we can use both. So that will reset. That will reset. Awesome. Good job, Nemo and crew. Well done. So we pass. So then we can we'll put this in the pass pile and place up to a 1d3. So we'll roll uprising cubes in any of the Pacific Ocean locations. All right. So 1d6. So a 1 and 2 is a 1, a 3 and 4 is a 2, and a 5 and a 6 is 3. Hey, I'll take it. That puts out 2. Oh, test actions only allow 1. That's what it is, Sean explained. All right, cool. All right, good. And apparently Ellen was in Paul's chat yesterday and confirmed all this, so good deal. All right, so we can place 2 uprising cubes in any Pacific Ocean locations. All right, so this will go into the pass. It's not worth anything, but it goes into the pass. It makes us feel good about our lives. So we have 2 uprising cubes, and these can go anywhere in the Pacific Ocean. And the Pacific Ocean is, we have the Western Pacific here, the Central Pacific. We'll do the Shogun Rebellion and Kamchatka's Hawaii. Or, ooh, Maori Resistance. Let's go there. We'll do that. All right, cool. These are going to come into effect. They're going to help us, but they're also going to try and get torn down whenever there is a lull turn. And let me double check that, because before on the placement for a lull turn, what removes those again? It's revealed ship tokens in the ocean and the number of uprising cubes. So I do want to spread these out. So I'm actually going to go 1 there and 1 there. And, it might make sense to actually do that. So we'll do the Maori Resistance and Kamchatka's Hawaii. All right? Yeah, that'll work for those. So excellent. So that was the event phase. So now we're going to do the placement phase. So we're going to roll the bones. Oops. All right. Excellent. 5 actions. That'll do, pig. That'll do. There, and that is 1, right? Yes. There. Wait a minute. Back up. I am way off. Back up. I'm wrong. Ignore the roll. We're still on the actions. I forgot. I still got an action left because that card did not cost us an action. I apologize, guys. Because I was doing a card. My bad. Not understanding what you mean, Rocky. Explain that a little bit. Unpack it a bit for me. Okay, so we have an action left. So we could work our way over now to the Indian Ocean, or do we book it? Or we could search. We actually have the library. Wait a minute. Let's search. That was the whole point of doing that, right? Yeah. All right. We're going to search. And searching only costs 1 action, so that will be the last action there. So searching. So for exerting any 1 ship resource, I get a +1 with the Arcane Library, and any revealed ship tokens. Well, there are no revealed ship tokens where we are, so that's good. So we're going to exert the crew to give us a +3. We have the 1 DRM, that's going to be a +4. And then we're going to try and take a treasure. So the treasure that is on that location, so there we go. So we have a +4 here, okay? So here we go. That'll do. Yeah, that'll work. +4. That'd be a Eureka. Collect 2 treasure. It's a good start there. All right. So, treasure chest. There we go. We have the city of Kambat, another wonder. That's awesome. That's 7 points. And the Great Barrier Reef. I mean, we are in the Western Pacific. I'm just saying. 14-point draw. That'll do. Those are really, really good for us. Fair enough, Rocky. All right, cool. Got it. And yeah, that makes sense. And fond fote. So there we go. So that was a really successful search. So excellent. So now we will go ahead and begin the next round because we're out of the action phase. My bad on that. All right. So we have another test. A novel proposal worth 0 points. The first thing I noticed was a range of mountains about 2,000 feet high, the shapes of which were most capricious. I knew that we were nearing the island of Ceylon, the pearl which hangs from the lobe of the Indian Peninsula. All right, so the test. This is for the hull, which currently would only give me a +1 DRM. Keep that in mind. If we fail, we just fail. Okay. Whatever. The pass, though, pass and reveal 1 additional Nautilus upgrade card, which is now available for purchase. Nice! Not vital. So we could add a +1 for the hull. I don't think it's worth it. Oh, thank you. Yes, because this gets removed because I searched and was successful. Thank you for the reminder. Yes. All right. So I think we just roll. And we'll go with the 9 and see what happens. So we'll put that there. Here we go. So, okay, hold on. 1 second before, you know what? Let me finish this first, then I'll come back to that. So we need a 9 or higher. Ah, we failed. That's all right. So, novel proposal, unfortunately, goes into the fail pile. There. The notoriety. So, because we placed the tokens, I want to double check. Do we reduce notoriety on that? Even though we didn't technically do the incite action. Yeah, I don't know if you do. Yeah, I don't think so. It's only for the action that you would do so, I believe. All right? No, you can only have one token out here, but you or one marker, but you can draw multiple because of the collecting 2 treasures because it was a Eureka. All right. So we failed on the card. So we are into the placement phase. Placement phase says, oops, 3. So that's 1 action, and that goes into 1 and 2. That was actually pretty fortuitous. So there's 1. There's 2. You'll notice that we don't have a search gem there anymore. So what does that mean? We can't search there. Okay? All right. All right, we have 1 action. So what can we not do? We cannot adventure. We cannot rest, repair, or refit. We can't search where we are. Honestly, we could attack or we could move. And I think moving makes the most sense. I think we move, and looking over here, while in the North Atlantic, which we could mosey on over to the North Atlantic, we can go ahead and throw this into the fail pile and immediately perform free insight and or search actions, but no more than 3 combined. And for each one, we gain notoriety. The treasure tokens are also, and both of those are full of hidden ships. I think we go to the North Atlantic. Let's move. So we're going to go 1 and 2 because we have the hydro drive. So there we go. So that was the action. We're done. We go into the next card. And we have another keep card. At full steam. The Abraham Lincoln's speed increased. Its mass trembled down to their blocks, and swirls of smoke could barely squeeze through the narrow funnels. All right. So after sinking a warship in the North or South Atlantic, pass. If we haven't used this at the end of the game, it's a fail. It's worth 2 points. Okay, cool. All right, so let's roll for placement. Oh, wow, really? I don't think that's bad for placement, other than it's a lull turn. I don't think. I've never had that happen. Get it out of the way. I'm cool with that. I don't think there's anything bad for that. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Peanut Gallery, but for placement, I mean, it means there's a lull turn, no doubt, but 1 and 1. We're having some, no. Anyway. Yeah. All right, so lull turn. Place the ship tokens for the white dice. Place treasure available token in the doubles ocean, that's a good thing, right? I mean, because we get to put this back out here and we put one back up there for whenever we do the adventure action, right? Hey, Lucas. All right, so the next part So what we're doing is we're going through this list right here. Now we have to check uprising cubes, all right? So now I'm gonna walk through the step of that and we get no action points. We have no action points, so after we check the uprising cubes, that's gonna be all she wrote. All right, thanks, Mark. By the way, I hope you're doing well, buddy. I miss you. All right, so removing uprising cubes, here we go. It actually says right here, but it's a little bit more detailed here. At the end of ship placement of a lull turn, for each ocean that has a land space with an uprising cube connected to it by a maroon line, check to see if the Imperious powers crush an uprising there. Well, there's one here, and there's one here. So we'll start with this one. Add the number of uprising cubes and all revealed ship tokens, ignore hidden ship markers, in that ocean and roll a 1d6. So for this one, it's going to be a 1. For this one, it's going to be a 1 because that's hidden. If the result is greater to or equal to the sum, they fail. So in other words, they're going to automatically fail because you can't roll lower than a 1. If it were lower than the value, though, they succeed in pushing back against the uprising. And now this is what would happen if these fail. Abandon your support and remove an uprising cube from a land space connected to that ocean. So in other words, if they were to roll something lower, then I would just take that off and put it back in here. Or, in lieu of that, I could press my support. I would gain a notoriety equal to the just rolled result plus the cubes in that ocean. So if I rolled, let's say there were a ship here that was visible, that'd be a 2. If I rolled a 1, it's a 1 plus 1 cube, I would actually gain 2 notoriety. All right, so that's what removing the uprising cubes would do. Technically, I don't need to roll because these are automatic successes, but there we go. They're automatic successes. Let's get this out of our system. Anyway, so they failed. Boom, that's the end of that turn. All right? All right, well, here, glad you're mostly doing well. All right. Exactly, Burgasol. All right, here we go. So, we have a new round. And, oh, hey! I was counting, I think. So there we go. We have Act 2, the first intermission. All right. I was admiring the magnificent aspect of the ocean when Captain Nemo appeared. He did not seem to be aware of my presence and began a series of astronomical observations. Then, when he finished, he went and leaned on the cage of the watchlight and gazed abstractedly on the ocean. All right, so here we go. Add the dark yellow reinforcement ship group to the ship draw pool and continue play with the next card. Okay. So here we go. So these ships are stronger and they all fight back. So these bad boys are going into the ship one and we're going to mix those around. Along with all the starter ones that are in there. Okay, that's done. Next, roll 2 white dice and 1 black die to begin each placement phase. Okay, so now the black die comes in for that. A moment. Now that we have the third die involved, for placement, it's still going to be the white dice. For number of action points, I apologize. And then we're going to place ship tokens for all 3 of the dice now. Make sure I'm not messing that up, but Peanut Gallery can confirm. So there we go. So this will then replace the Prologue card. So the Prologue card can go away. That works out. Make use of that. There we go. Actually, we can scoot that over a little. There we go. Give us a little bit more room. Yeah, that works. I think so. Christos, just solo, but the Peanut Gallery is kind of assisting. So there we go. All right. That'll work. Hey, Goosarino, welcome back. Hey, Renee. Take care, Fawn. All right. So we now are up to the placement step. Okay, so doubles only count for the white dice now. All right. And we have a little turn. Okay, well, game on. Here we go. All right, so we got double fours. So it's going to be a lull turn. All right, so placement. Place ship tokens for the white dice, only for the white dice. So 4 is going to go one there and one there for adjacent for the 4s. Okay. Place treasure token available on the doubles ocean, which we cannot. So we place there, and we cannot because there's already one there. However, hot damn, we had one up there to the adventure. Then we check the uprising cubes again and get 0 action points. Uprising again for there. It failed. It's an automatic fail just like it was a minute ago. And done. All right, next round. Did I not draw a card? Oh. Okay, I'm one step ahead. So we did all that. We should have done this first. I apologize. After we got, thank you. After we got the intermission, it does say, and continue play with the next card. So my bad. I should have drawn a card, but I'm not going to undo everything I just did. So that, uh-oh. I put these in the wrong order. Shoot. A moment. I need to fix the deck. There should be 8, and then that, then 8. So there should be 16. A moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh no. I'm going to fix the deck real quick. A moment. Apparently I screwed something up. I don't know how I did that, but math. So, a moment. But we're going to be true about this. So, what we're going to do is these are all the finale cards. Okay? And this is the one that was in there, but that's going to get shuffled in. So, I'm going to shuffle all these again and just completely redo the rest of the deck. So, sorry about that, guys, because apparently I screwed this up somehow. So, all right. So we will go with this one. There. That's going to be the finale card. Then, a moment. I'm going to take all the other ones that are here, shuffle those in. I did take the rising action card out. Shuffle these. All right. So with that, we're going to add 4 there into with the finale card. I'm just going to scramble these around so I do not know where that is. There. Welcome back, Kevin. Hope your internet works out. All right, so that is the finale and the bottom 4. Then it's going to be the Rising Action card and then 8 more cards. So there's that and 8 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those will get shuffled together. Well, hey, at least now you get to see how this works. So just making sure they're all facing the same way. Okay, they are. Gah, can't believe I did that. Okay. There we go. So those will go on top of the finale. Then the second intermission card will go on top of that. And now we will go ahead and put out 8 more of these. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we go. So those will go back over there. These are about as random as it gets. Those will go on top. And now we're ready to continue. Grrr. Sorry about that, guys. All right. I don't know how I miscounted, but I did. Here we go. So we have a test. Captain Nemo's Thunderbolt. Hadouken. When the first islander laid hands on the companionway railing, he was flung backward by some invisible power. Lord knows what. He ran off, howling in terror and wildly prancing around. All right, so we have a test. So again, we can use both here. Need an 8. We pass. If we pass, we get a notoriety, collect a treasure. If we fail, we get 2 notoriety and lose a hull. Well, we're going to use them both. So Nemo and hull. That's 2. That'll be a 3. We need a 5 or better. Whoo! Pros don't ask how much. That was enough. All right. So we succeed. So we gain a notoriety and we gain a treasure. And it goes into the pass. And it's worth 0 points. All right. So notoriety and a treasure. Notoriety. And a treasure. Okay, let's see it. Hey, that's 3, which at the end of the game is worth 4, but that's potentially 3 DRM. That's awesome. So that'll go up there. Excellent. So we did that. We actually did the placement because the lull turn, and that's the end of the round. Okay, so that was my bad on that. It happens. Going back to the lull turn roar. You still place a treasure gem in one of the oceans adjacent to Ocean 4. You do? Thank you. So, we're going to be over at the Indian Ocean anyway. We're going to go this direction, so it makes sense to go to the Cape of Good Hope. All right. Hey, Scott. I'm loving this. I think it is fantastic. So, thanks. Good luck with the 4-year-old. Any of you guys that have kids at the house during this time has got to be, you guys are heroes. It's got to be insane. So, well done. Keep it up. Hey, just a reminder, don't forget, like, subscribe, do all that. If you guys want to help out the show, go to pledgehc.com. Support the show there monthly, annually, buy merch in the store. But yeah, Patreon It's how I'm able to do this. So if you guys are enjoying this, I certainly would appreciate a little bit of help that way. And also spread the word about the show. All right, so the event phase to begin. Here we go. There we go, another test. Doo-dah, doo-dah. 42 degrees centigrade. The panels had opened, and I could see a completely white sea around the Nautilus. Steaming sulfurous fumes uncoiled in the midst of waves bubbling like water in a boiler. I leaned my hand against one of the windows, but the heat was so great I had to snatch it back. It's worth 1 science, which is 4 points for us there, and 0 otherwise. So the test, a moment. Move those back, forgot to. There we go. The test, if we do, we pass, we gain a hull, or, oh God, lose a Nemo or a hull. This is a tough one. This is a tough one because that would give us +3 on the hull. Total between Nemo and hull. And I don't believe that we can use treasure for tests. I don't think we can. You can spend treasure per test action, but I don't think you can on event cards. I don't think we can. Not on tests, Scott says. Yep. All right. On Patreon, can I pay my pledge as a one-shot for the year? Not exactly, but sort of, Christos. Not through Patreon, but if you go onto pledgehc.com, there's a link for the show store. If you go there, there are things that you can do in their annual patronage. You can do there through the ship store, and that's the way you do it. It's a manual process for me, but you still get all the benefits. And you get updated on anytime I write updates and stuff, I copy them to the annual patrons as well. So yes, but it's a manual process and you have to buy it through the show store. All right. All right. So what do we do here, guys? So we're at 10. I'm definitely going to sacrifice Nemo. Just a little bit of sanity. So that puts it at an 8. If we were to do this, that would be 7 we need. Huh. Yeah, what the hell, let's do it. We need a 7 or higher to gain a hull and some points. Woohoo! Why waste more than we need, right? Let's reset that back. Let's reset that back. I'm not going to lie. That was probably the scariest roll that I've had so far. So we pass it, gain a hull. Woohoo! Whoop. Which is a big deal because it's +2 there versus a +1 there. Yes. So now we roll all 3 dice for placement. So 1 action point. Not a lull turn. Feel like it's been a while since we've had a standard turn here, right? Close much. Hey, it doesn't matter by how much. You know what? Doesn't matter if it's a wall scraper or not in baseball. A home run's a home run, whether it's 470 feet or just barely clears the fence. Okay? All right, so here we go. So standard placement. Place ship tokens. We place 1 for every one, including the black die, and then take actions. All right, so 3, 4, 6 in that order. So 3 starts. 3, cannot, 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 can. So there's 3. 4, down here, cannot, 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 cannot. So we go to the next step. Reveal a hidden ship in that or an adjacent ocean. Well, any of these 4 here, and what one do we do? Let's go ahead and do Cape Hope. Sorry, Cape Horn. We'll do Cape Horn. Okay. So we will go here. Oh, all right. The Abraham Lincoln. We just actually had heard about this on one of the previous cards. Not on the purple side because our notoriety is not that high yet. So we go onto the yellow side. The yellow side has there. So this is a warship, our first one. It's a frigate, U.S. frigate. It would attack us. Need to roll a 6 or higher to avoid being attacked. And then to defeat it, to sink it, a 9 or higher. It's worth 0 war point or 0 warship points. Okay, so that's what we have here in Cape Horn. All right. So that was for placing on 4. On 6, cannot, 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 cannot. All right, so same deal. We're heading to the Indian Ocean anyway, so I'm okay with that. So we're going to go ahead and reveal that one. Scott says you can reveal the ship before choosing to place it is how he plays it. No, I feel like this feels more thematic for me personally. So this is why I'm doing it this way. Okay. Pierre says draw first, decide after. Oh, okay. Apparently you can do that. All right. That just feels a little, but apparently you can. So here we go. Oh, we got another warship. So this is the Bella Cayuse. 7 attack, 10 defense, a ironclad with notoriety if I sink it, and it's worth 2 war points. The other side, there we go. But there it is. All right, page 16B. I believe you guys. Again, the heavy cardboard variant, right? Yeah, then you decide where to place it. Fair enough. Let's go Good Hope. Because in that case, we don't want to place it here because the warship. Yeah, I'm good with that. All right. So, placed, placed, placed. We're done with placing ships. And now we take actions. And by actions, I mean action singular. That is one action. Okay, and well, there you go, Mark. So one action, we cannot adventure, we cannot rest, repair, or refit. We could search. We could search. I mean, that's the whole point. We have the arcane library, right? I think we do. Let's go ahead and search it. Now I got Missy Elliott stuck in my head. Don't ask me why. All right. Take care, Renee. Ooh, that's a good point. Thank you, Tor. He does say, after sinking a warship in the North or South Atlantic. unfortunately, because that was the 6, that wouldn't apply because it was here. So I could place it there, 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 or there, and it's none of those. So there you go. All right. Now I'm in the North Atlantic. You know what? That's a good call, Sean. Okay. So before we do our action here, yeah, we're going to do the transatlantic cable. All right. When the Nautilus is in the North Atlantic, which we currently are, you may fail this card, okay, and immediately perform up to 3 insight and or search actions, but you get a notoriety for each one. Okay, well, we haven't really gone over what goes on with the insight. We understand search and insight, right? Now, we do have a +1 DRM because of the library for both of those. All right. No, it's not my first full playthrough of the game, Compy, but it's first stream of it. It's only my second play of it, though. All right. So the search, again, we have a +1 already. We could exert the crew, which would be a +3. That would give us 4. So treasure, likely, that's good. Okay. There's no revealed ship token, so that would be pretty awesome for the ship, or for searching. We get up to 3 total between that and the incite. Now, inciting allows us to place cubes and lower notoriety. Now, I can mix and match, so I could search and potentially get some treasure and then maybe come down and incite afterwards. So inciting, I can exert any one ship resource. I can spend treasure, which I have a 3 victory point treasure token I can do. I get a +1 with the Arcane Library. There's no revealed ship token, and there are no uprising cubes already placed in that ocean. So, yeah, I think we start off with a search to begin with. All right. So it's going to give us 1 notoriety, and I'm going to do this. That's going to be 1 of the 3 that I'm allowed to do so far. So doing a search action, I'm going to exert the crew, and I get a +1, so that's 3 + 1 is going to be 4. So we need a minimum a 3 or higher. Here we go. Whew. 3 or higher. Hey, okay. Collect a treasure, but you gain a notoriety. Okay, so I gain the notoriety there, and we get a treasure. Whew. This one, that's 4. That's awesome. And at the end of the game, that's a +1, so that's actually a 5. So that's good. All right, so that was 1 of them. I think we do it again, so that'll be 2. That will gain us a notoriety. Almost slipped into AC/DC. Upper class, high society. All right, so now what do we do? I think we continue with this and do another search. So that was successful, so that went back, and then we're going to exert again. We need a 3 or higher. Okay. Okay, so how about, so we have a +4. I would like an 8 or higher, please. There you go. So you just got to ask for it. So that's 8 + 4, 1 for the Arcane Library, 3 for this. That puts it at 12. 12, Eureka! Collect 2 treasures. Okay, thank you. Don't mind if I do. here. Oop. And we'll do them over here. That's fine. That's 2, which could be 3 at the end of the game, and 3, which would be 4 at the end of the game. Nice. Okay, that's awesome. We reset this, and now we can do more than one because I think, because, again, cards trump everything. So these are the ultimate rule breakers. So the fact that it says I can do this up to 3 times, no more than 3 combined, I think so. So now the question is, do I search again or do I incite? I don't know. What do y'all think? Because inciting, I could get rid of one of those treasures. If I got rid of, say, one of the 4 treasure, if I got rid of the 4 treasure, that would be 4 plus 3 for the crew is 7. I would need a 5 or higher, and that would lower 2 notoriety. And I would get to place 1 cube. So that's tempting. I'm leaning towards that, or I could search again. Mark says always search. I think we search again. I think Mark's right. Let's go ahead and search again, shall we? So this is going to be the 3rd one and the last one, so that's going to go there. I'm going to go ahead and discard this card now to the fail so I don't forget to do that. So this is my last one on that. Yeah, keep that there. All right, so we get a search. All right, so we will exert. That's going to be 3. I got a +1 for the Arcane Library is 4. So ideally, we want an 8 or higher. Okay? No, the 4 treasure is a 4. And it would be 5 at the end of the game. 8 or higher, please. Okay, that's a 6. Plus 4 is 10. Okay, so a 10. Collect 1 treasure. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right? I appreciate it, Mark. All right. So, we have here. What do we have? Another 3 treasure. Awesome. So I'm trying to, there we go. So we have, that's a 2, 3, 3, 3, and a 4. All right. There, so you can see them a little bit closer. Cool. All right. And each of these are 7 points apiece. So that's good so far. Feeling pretty good. Not getting cocky, mind you. Just I remember what happened earlier. Whew. All right. We still have our action left. We used our card. We could move over, or we could search. We could just search for that. I say we search again, or we could fight. Oh, and that goes back. Search. I think we search again, given what we do. All right. Yeah, let's search again. So I'm going to remove the. It's only if it's successful. Check that. So we're going to do the exact same thing. but this one doesn't cost us notoriety because this is the actual action. So that's going to be 3 plus the 1. That's going to be 4. Ideally, we get an 8 or higher. 6. We get 1 treasure again, right? So let's do it again. So this will go away. There. Oh, all right. We have a retain one. It says X to gain 1 Nemo. Awesome. Or keep it for 4 points. Huh. And correct me if I'm wrong. The treasure, it is do it now, correct? For the treasures. Yep, immediately and discarded. Okay, well, that's a choice. What do? We could bump Nemo up, which that's a wonder. That's 7 points if we can keep Nemo here. But I'm just worried about for endgame later on because things are going to get harder, right? So what do? Do we bump Nemo up? It's still the same 2-2, so that doesn't really help us. Or do we keep it for 4? It's a +4 DRM. It just doesn't help us with events. It just helps us with the, it helps us with actions, not events. Yeah, see, 7 points. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay, you guys are saying I can keep it. I thought, a moment. Discard it at any time for, yes, correct. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to keep it right here. Just as a reminder to us that we have this anytime. You guys can help me remember. Yep, there you go. Cool. Good call. All right. So that's all our actions. We're done. We go into the next one. Here we go. We have another test. In underwater forests, Captain Nemo invites Professor Aronnax on a hunting trip that will take place tomorrow morning in his Crespo Island forests. All right. So pass, collect 2. If not, fail. Now we can do Nemo and the crew for 5. Yep, we're gonna. So Nemo is 2. The crew is 5 total. We need 9, so we need a 4 or higher. I would like a 7 or higher. There we go. Boom. So, pass and collect 2 treasure. One, 2. There we go. All right. So we have these. What do we got? We have another retain. Gain, discard it to get a reroll or keep it for 4. Nice. And Bermuda Triangle, another 7 points. Sexy. So this one will come on over there. So we have a reroll and a +1 to Nemo if we want. That's good. All right. All right, so that was there. Now we do the placement. All right, so we're going to get 2 action points out of that. So 1, 2. So we go 1. So 1, cannot. can. There. 2, sorry, check that. 3, cannot. So reveal a hidden ship. So here we go. You guys enjoying this? I'm having a blast. Gonna need some water and tea here momentarily, but yeah. All right, so what did we draw? We drew another clipper, the taping. It is not a warship, and that can go anywhere in 3 or adjacent. It is not a warship, so it doesn't matter there. I don't see a reason not to do that, I think. So there we go. And then number 4, cannot. We will draw. Here we go. Do it again. Oh, we have a warship. The Royal Sovereign. It's an iron side. And it has, here. There we go. That's a tough one there. Okay. Huh. Oh, I enjoy playing solo games. I just don't do it often because don't have time for the show. So we're here. So our options, cannot. It's here or there. I'm good with that. There we go. All right. So we have placed, and now we have 2 actions. Okay. I appreciate that, Pierre. Thanks. All right. So 2 actions. We could search 2 treasure. Just saying. We still have this one for potentially 3 treasure. I'm thinking we adventure. We have 2 action points. Because 2 treasure, right? I think so. I think we adventure. Anyone opposed to adventuring? He's working on a big expansion for this. Alan Emmerich is. See, that's awesome, number 1. Number 2, that's the other thing that bums me out about the Gathering of Friends being canceled this year. Because Alan goes to it, I go to it, Jess goes to it, a bunch of... Basically, a lot of our local gamers also go to it because Alan was originally from this area. Alan Moon, who's Alan Moon's Gathering of Friends. Anyway, Alan probably would have maybe had it with him. I could have checked it out. Arrgh, damn you, Corona. Kevin, and yet another game for me to buy. But hopefully I'm only turning you on to games that work for you, right? And you can skip the ones that don't. Trajan says, still on my pile of shame. Got recently my German translated version. Awesome. All right. So, that's adventure. No one's opposed, it sounds like. So here we go. What do we have? Wow, we have a disaster, apparently. A moment. We have a keep card. That's awesome. All right. It's worth 4 points if we keep it. Vanikoro. The captain came up to me, put his finger on the spot of the chart and said this single word. Vanikoro. The effect was magical. I rose suddenly. The Nautilus has brought us to Vanikoro, I asked. Yes, Professor. All right, cool. So keep. When the Nautilus is in any Pacific Ocean, we are not there right now, you may spend an action, collect 2 treasure. Awesome. Or fail it and gain up to 2 ship resources. Oh my. Now, this is worth 4 points. But 2 ship resources? Are you kidding me? Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So, we'll add this over here to the pile of goodness. Then, we succeeded, technically, so we get 2 treasure. Ilker says the theme goes out the window. I disagree. I kind of feel like the theme is there. I kind of do. So here we go. What did we draw? What did we discover in our treasure hunting? Another reroll. We're 4 points. Retain and wah, wah, wah. Although that is worth 1 point at the end of the game. But there are certain things that you discard a treasure for. Whenever you refit or repair, and it's just kind of a mediocre result, a suspected result, then that can be used for a discard. That's not terrible, really. So we will add that one there, and this guy up there. There we go. Kind of put that sideways. There we go. That was a successful search. Boom, done. End of the turn. Here we go. Another one. Next. We have another test. This is one we really want to succeed because it's a wonder. Attack of the giant squid. I know, it's killer tomato, but work with me. Just as we were crowding each other to reach the platform, 2 more arms lashed the air, swooped on the seaman stationed in front of Captain Nemo, and carried the fellow away with irresistible violence. So it's a test. The crew and the hull, which could give us a 5. We need a 10. Pass, collect 2 treasure, or fail, lose 2 crew, or 2 hull, or 1 of each. All right, crew and hull. That's 5. We need 10. So, I would like a 7 or higher. That'll work. We pass. So we pass, collect 2 treasure, and it's worth 7 points at the end of the game. Yes! The giant squid, Hiraki says, I've seen it in Japan. Remember, it's a DRM-1 now for a test in an ocean with a revealed warship. Good call. Thank you. I forgot that. So it actually was a +4, but we rolled a 9, so we were okay. Thank you for the reminder, because there's a warship where I'm at. Thank you, Sean. Okay, so there we go. That'll work. There we go. And your rerolls. Yes, that is true. Good call. All right, so that was the test. Now we, placement. Four actions. 4 action points, as it were. There. So 2, we can place that one there. 5, no, no, no. So we flip 1, so we'll draw. Just 1. There we go. Another warship. The Jilin. Okay, armored frigate. Yes. Honestly, I'm okay with this. Because 5, adjacent, good. And then 6, same thing. No, 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 and no. So there we go. That's better. General Grant. Freighter. Okay. We're heading this way anyways to the Indian Ocean. Let's go and put that there. It's not a warship, so I'm okay with that. Although searching there, you know what? Searching there is a -1 DRM for any ship. You know what? Let's put it up here instead. Nope, can't. It's not adjacent to that. I apologize. So instead, no, we'll keep it where it is. I'm going that way. That's fine. We'll take it out. That's good. All right. So there is placement. We have 4 action points. Adventuring doesn't make sense. There's no searching doesn't make sense. We could move. We could attack. We don't need to gain crew, so we're not going to rest. We could, in theory, repair, but I don't think we need to do that. And we can't refit because we only have 1 there. Could incite, but not with the warships there. So we either move or we attack. And personally, I think we move for 1 action. So we will go 1 to the South Atlantic and 2 to the Cape of Good Hope. We're going to spend another action point to move now to the Indian Ocean. All right. So now that we're there, I think we go ahead and attack and try and take out the General Grant. So that's going to cost us 1 action point. We're going to stealth or stalk attack there. And just to remind everybody, because it's been a while, right there. So it's not a warship, so we're just going to roll 2d6 for its against its defense. Its current defense is an 8. Okay. But we have a +1. There's no warships there, and we can exert a ship resource. So we got a +1, and we'll go +3. That'll be +4, so we need a 4 or higher to succeed. Here we go. There we go. Success. We have sunk it. We do get a notoriety for doing that, unfortunately, but not worried about tonnage right now. We'll go ahead and salvage the General Grant, working towards that double hull. That will go back. So now, I think we go ahead and search. I think so, now that that ship is gone. I know I need a warship for the card. I'm working on it. But I wanted to go ahead. I have 1 action point left. I'm in the Indian Ocean. It's worth a total of 5 points, as it is, if I don't use this. But I think it's worth it. I think we go ahead and try it. So, it does cost an action. So this will be our last action point. So we can exert the crew. That will make it a 7. We do have, this is not an action. So I don't believe I can use any of the treasure for this. So it's just going to be a 7 or higher. But don't forget, we have these. It's a reroll if need be, right? All right, so it's going to be a 7 or higher we need. So let's get to it. Boom. There we go. Success. First things first, the crew kicking butt. I fail this, but I collect 3 treasure. It works. All right. So that's 1. That's 2. And that's 3. All right. So what do we got? Start here. Discard it and lose a resource or a character. Wah, wah. Well, that sucks. We'll do that in a minute. 2 treasure. And lost Mayan City. We're 7 points. Lose a resource or a character. Wow, that stung. So the 2s go there. Lost Mayan City. Those would come up here. Lose a resource or a character. Huh. You know, the second officer might not be that bad. It's just a +1 action. There's really no other downside to it. Yeah, unless there's any opposing viewpoints, I think losing the second officer I'm okay with. Yeah. Had a horrible accident. He was the one that the giant squid took out. So that is done. All right. All right. So that was my last action. We go into another one. Here we go. We have another test. Shakedown maneuvers. 5 points. Round the Nautilus, the sea dashed furiously. "This is a bad sea," remarked Ned Land. "Detested indeed, and one that does not suit a boat like the Nautilus." All right, so crew and hull for a total of 5, so I would need a 5 or higher. If we pass, receive up to 2 ship resources or gain 2 actions this turn, or take 1 of each, even if it exceeds your action point maximum. Nice. If we fail, however, lose a Nemo or an action only if you have 1 saved, or only if you have 1 saved, which we do not, or gain 2 notoriety. Oh, I see what you're saying. Losing Nemo does. That's a good point. It makes him stronger. But it's victory. I mean, it's 7 points if I drop Nemo. No, I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with that decision on that. So, a hull and crew, that's going to be 5. I need a 5 or higher. I would like an 8 or higher just to be safe, please. There we go. Boom. So we pass. We get 2 ship resources or gain 2 actions or 1 of each. All right. What do you think? That will reset there. That will reset there. I feel like ship resources are just so valuable. I mean, don't I want to bump them both up and max them both? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I really am. Yeah, unless you guys feel differently, I'm all ears. Hey, Trevor, thank you for the bump if you're watching. Thanks for the bump and support. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm going to do this because that's 7 points right there. I realize we had just talked about he gets stronger if it goes the other way. Yeah, resources are so valuable. I think that's what we do with that card. That's good. I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead, roll for placement. There we go. So we're going to get one action this turn. So 2. There. 4. There. And no, 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 no. So we will draw a ship. All right. Nice. Oh. Wrong one. There we go. So Ariel, it's a clipper, 1 notoriety. All right, 9. That's not terrible, right? So we're placing this where the 4, you know what? I'm okay with that. We'll go ahead and just throw it right there. And the 5, we'll go ahead and fill that right back up there. Okay. So we have one action. We could search while there's no ships here. I think that makes the most sense. I'm good with that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and search. Cost us our one action. In searching, we're going to exert the crew for +3, and we get +1 for the arcane library. So that's going to be a 4, and no ship, no revealed ship. So that's going to be a 4. We need at least a 3, but ideally, so we have 4. Let's go 8 or higher. Oops, sorry. There we go. Boom. So that was 9 plus 3 plus 1 is 13. Collect 2 treasure. Don't mind if I do. That will reset. So I'm curious. How am I doing compared to how you guys go here? Oh, no, Trevor. Trevor says all good because he just bumped his support over on Patreon. Says you deserve it. Been watching and listening for a while. Still not huge. Hey, literally every little bit helps, man. I appreciate it. And sending maple syrup in appreciation seems weird. It doesn't. I'll take maple syrup. I'm okay with that. But I also appreciate the support on Patreon. All right, so we got these. So we got there and there. So that's 4, possibly 6 points there. All right. So that was our search. That was good. That goes away. Done. We're out of action points. New card. We have a test. So are you guys, for those that haven't played this or whatnot, are you able to follow along now that we're kind of getting in a groove? Is this all making sense? Are you able to follow along and everything? And are you enjoying it? All right. Ned Land's tempers. Before I could make a single movement to prevent him, the Canadian rushed at the poor man, threw him down, held him by the throat. The steward was choking in the grip of those powerful hands. All right, so we have a test of 10. So Nemo and crew would give us a total of 5. Pass, keep this card. And then pass before any future test for a +3 DRM. Awesome. If we fail, lose a Nemo or 2 crew, or sacrifice Ned Land, which is a +1 DRM. At game's end, It's worth 0 points, which for us is worth, wait for it, 0 points. So, Nemo and crew, I will exert both of them. It's, again, always an option. So we need a 5 or higher. So, I would like a 7 or higher, please. And there we go. Boom. So we keep the card, but remember, we have this as a test for a +3 DRM at any point. Okay? So it's kind of a little bit different, so we'll put it up there as a disposable. All right? So that was the action. Now placement. I'm sorry, that was the event phase. One action. So we have a 3. No, 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 no. We'll draw. Starting to get a lot of ships out there, so we need to be careful of this. Kevin says, perfectly clear and enjoying it enough to want my collection. Awesome, Eric. Thought Canadians were supposed to be nice. You know, it's funny, when I was reading that, I was thinking the exact same thing. We have another warship. We have the Ryujo, I think. So there we go, Ironclad from Japan. All right, so this is on 3. North or South Atlantic? Let's go and bust that out in the South Atlantic. That one's not too terrible, I don't think, so we'll go there. 5, we'll go there. Full, 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 full. Everything's full, right? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's that and that, right? Okay. Going to start placing 4 ships soon, so get sinking them. That's actually a really good point, Scott, because things can turn on its head. Yep, I agree. Getting lots of treasure. Now you have some re-rolls available for mitigation. Game can go sideways early if you start with some bad rolls and start sacrificing crew. Okay. What denotes how many actions you get, Paul asks? It's the difference between 2 of the chosen white dice. Right now I only have 2 white dice, so the difference there in pips, that's 1, so I get 1 action. All right? So this is what we drew. Oh, hey! Anybody want a little Cutty Sark? There we go, British Clipper. Nice. So this is in 5. Yeah, that's fine. We'll throw it in the European seas. That'll work. And then 6, going here. Full, full, and full. Do the same thing. The amount of yellows are statistically improbable. Yeah, I know. I agree, but until we hit that tipping point, then we explode politely and apologize afterwards, Trevor, as a Canadian, says. Subtract, yeah, there you go. All right, here. All right. The Ellen Southard freighter, 2 notoriety if we sink this one, though. Careful with that one. It's a 10. The Indian Ocean, we've done our job. Let's go ahead and throw it there. That's fine. And there's no search. I'm okay with that. Done. 1 action. We're going to move with the action and go 1, 2 to go to the South Atlantic. And we're looking to battle the Ryujo. There you go. Next. All right, so that's it. Next action, or next turn. We have a play card. Take care, Bruce. A sacrifice to the gods. I am the law, and I am the judge. I am the oppressed, and there is the oppressor. Through him I have lost all that I have loved, cherished, and venerated, country, wife, children, father, and mother. I saw all perish. All that I hate is there. Say no more. Seems intense. Okay. So play. Fail this card and lose at least one, but I can elect to lose in any combination up to 3 non-Nemo resources or characters. For each one sacrificed, I gain a Nemo and a notoriety. So I have to lose at least one. Well, so I can't lose Nemo. I don't want to lose the characters. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to sacrifice one hull there. I gain a Nemo, which I can't because it's full, but I gain I gain that and a notoriety. Well, that sucked. There's just a crappy card for us, considering where we were. Is what it is. Goes on to fail. All right, so now we roll. Placement. So that's going to be 2 actions, 3 minus 1, because white dice. So 2 actions. That will go into 1. And there is an empty, so we will place that there. 2. Full, 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 and full. Nothing else, right? Yeah. Okay, another. Hoping the ghost ship comes out with the motive. I agree, Sean. Totally. Having most of the world's maps centered on Greenwich, do you guys find this map a bit strange? I do. It's a little bit, maybe. I mean, the U.S. is here. North America, South America is right there, right? So anyway, all right. There we go. We have the Alfred. Alfred's not too bad. All right. So this is for the 2. We'll go ahead and throw it in the Eastern Pacific. I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah. And the 3, full, full, full. So we draw. Okay. Hannah More, passenger ship, ironically gives you no notoriety if you sink it. Okay, noted. So this is on the 3. You know what? Put that bad boy right there. All right, we have 2 actions. One thing I want to check real quick. All right. Now that we have so many treasures, I'm wondering if we change, not the motive, I'm happy with where that is, but to maybe one of the other goals for one of the other cards. Because what I'm thinking is, if I go after the 2 ships here as a bold attack, that would give me 2 more notoriety. But it would potentially give me 4 over here, which allows me to get a -1 DRM to all attack dice rolls against me for the armor. That's tempting. Or the periscope device, as opposed to exerting the +1 whenever I use the hull. I'm thinking maybe so. Because if I were to take these out and then go after the Ryujo, that would give him a -1 on the 7 attack. You know what I mean? And if we attack the warship afterwards, hence why I'm going after the Ryujo, right? I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to bold attack the Hanamore. All right, so it's not a warship, right? Oh, I do have to take him as tonnage. That's a good point. That's a good point. I forgot. Because if you take him as salvage, you stop attacking. Oh, that's a good point. I forgot. Okay, so if that's the case, maybe we just do this as 2 separate attacks. Or an attack. You know what? Let's just do it. We're going to stalk attack the Ryujo. All right, so here. First time we're going after a warship. So here we go. It attacks first, okay? So it's going to roll 2d6, and if I roll a 6 or lower, it hits me. Bad things happen, okay? There are no other warships, so nothing there, and I don't have the reinforced armor. So it's just straight up, he rolls a 6 or lower. Now, I do have my rerolls, and I believe you can sacrifice treasure for this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, we're going to try and wipe this area out, I think. So, correct me if I'm wrong, I can use treasure for this. Not to offset his roll. That I'm pretty sure I can't. Yeah, this is straight. Here we go. All right. All right, so here we go. So rolling 2 dice, we want a 7 or higher. That's bad. All right, so he hit us. So we will walk through the steps on getting hit, unfortunately. It was less than the attack strength, so suffers a number of hits equal to the lowest die roll, which is 2. So we took 2 hits because lowest die roll is a 2. Okay. Lose 1 random ship resource per hit suffered, and then we're going to roll 1d6 to determine what we get hit with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we use the black die for this for each hit. So we lost a crew for that one and a hull for that one. A hull and a crew Not the end of the world. All right, but now we get to attack. So now, 2d6, hit on a 10 or higher. So we're doing a stalk attack, that's 9. Exert a resource, that'll be, I need a 6 or higher. Here we go. Come on now. There we go. Sank it. Boom. Gone. I will gain 1 notoriety for doing that. Then the question is, what do we do with it? I think we're going to go ahead and salvage that. But by doing that, after sinking a warship in the North or South Atlantic, and that was the South Atlantic, it's a pass. And the pass says that'll be worth a total of 2 points. So we got rid of that there. Okay, so well done, us. And that was 1 action. Now, ideally, a refit to be able to get one of these 2 would be awesome. However, we only have 1 action point left. So we could try and go ahead and bust out both of those as bolds. I would need a 5 and 6 respectively on those. And it would give me 2 notoriety. We're going to attack. And I think I want the extra DRM, so I'm only going to do 1 of them. So I'm going to go after the Hannah More. So it's going to be 2d6. Again, that'll be 3 plus 1 for the stalk. That'll be 4. I need a 4 or higher to survive, to sink it, I mean. So 4 or higher. I would like a... There we go. Success. I just want to clear out the areas. Yes, I could have passed, I understand, but... So now the question is, what do we do with it? Do we put it out there as the 4th? Or do we start over here? Kind of want that periscope device right now. Yeah, we're going to go there. Final decision done. All right, that's the end of that. Next one. We have another test. Do no harm. They attacked me, and I had to defend myself. At the same time, I was content simply to put the frigate in a condition where it could do me no more harm. It won't have any difficulty getting repairs at the nearest port. So this is a test. Now there are cannonballs. There are 3 of these bad boys right here. If we pass, and Nemo, which gives us a +2 if we wish to use it, keep this card. Place 3 cannonball markers on this card. Before rolling, discard 1 token to gain a +2 DRM and a notoriety when you attack. After 3 uses, it becomes a fail. Or just fail straight up. Honestly, those are nice. I don't know if the +2 is worth it. Here, let's run through if I were to fail, just in case. If I fail the test, I would lose 1 or 2 Nemos. You know what? It's worth it. Let's try it. We are going to. There we go. So we need an 8 or higher. So let's just go double fives. Double fives. Not quite. Sorry. Not quite. We failed. So, because that was rolled a 2, it was not rolled a 1 as the lowest. So therefore, I'm going to lose this, and then I'm going to lose 1 more. So lost 2 Nemos. That's okay. And that becomes a fail. Oh, well. Robert says, I've lost this test the 4 times I've attempted it. Yep. I think the rerolls would have been, or the DRM would have been nice, but keep in mind, we have a +1 Nemo if we need it. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I feel good about that. All right, so that's all right. We tried. So now we're going to go ahead and roll for placement. It's going to be 1 action. 3, 4, 5. So 3. We'll place this. 4. We'll place this. And 5. No, no, no. We flipping. Here we go. Nah, not worth, no. I don't want to re-roll for that. It's nice, but it wasn't. +2 DRM would have only given us 6, and we needed 8, guys. So, yeah, no. So here, so the draw for 5. That is America. It's a freighter. It's an American freighter. 2 notoriety. Oof. All right. So that's in 5. Let's go on there. All right, we have 1 action. Now this I would consider saving, potentially. I think we save it. This way, if we only get 1 action next, we can refit. I like that idea. We're going to book it. You're allowed to save up to 1 action, and for the first time, boom, done. That's where we're going to be. And I'm good with that. All right, so there we go. Sorry, froze a little. There we go. Next card. Act 3, the second intermission. The Nautilus went at a frightful pace, 40 miles an hour. It literally tore through the water. Where was Captain Nemo? Had he succumbed? Were his companions dead with him? So it's a second intermission. Change Nemo's motive. Or add a Nautilus upgrade card for purchase. I think, given what we have up here for treasure and everything else, so looking at the motive currently, there, and because the fact that we have so many treasure, and each of these being 7 points apiece, I don't think we change motives. What do you guys think? I don't think we do. And now that we are completely full here of salvage, I think we do a Nautilus upgrade. We get a 4th one to put right here. All right? Act 3, Martini 3, Rocky says. Yeah, I'm gonna. So here we go. I could take the top, but that's less exciting. All right, you guys choose 1 through 5. First one to get 3 answers. And while we're going on that, we will continue. Add the orange reinforcement ship group to the ship draw pool and continue play with the next card. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw this so I don't forget it and keep that in front of me. So the orange reinforcement ships, that is these bad boys, all go into the bag. Four it is. There it is. The first one with 3. So the 4th card down. 1, 2, 3, 4 is that one. What do we have? We got electro-powered crew armor. All right. You may use this card once during each bold attack action for +1 DRM after a die roll. After a die roll. Or remove this card for a +2 after a die roll. All right. Not great. Not bad, but not great. So let's continue on. Roll 3 white dice and 1 black die to begin each placement phase, choosing any 2 of the white dice to determine action points or a lull turn. All right. So we're going to grab that die. All right. So now the question is, well, actually, it's not a question, so never mind. We will take this, put this over yonder. That's our reminder. That will go away. And we have to do this card, which is another play card. Yeah, that wasn't really a great draw, but it happens. All right. So, the treasure fleet. Laden with their precious booty, the men returned to the Nautilus, disposed of their burden, and went back to this inexhaustible fishery of gold and silver. All right. So fail this card and place the Sunken Treasure Fleet token and a Treasure Available token in a random major ocean. So we'll roll. After you successfully search there, gain the ocean's treasure and the Sunken Treasure Fleet, which grants you 2 additional silver uprising cubes. Or, well, they're black because they were supposed to be silver. Oh, no. Check that. The extra 2 are those. Giving you 12 in total and a +2 DRM for future insight actions. All right. And the Sunken Fleet token looks a lot like that. So there. So fail this card and place the Sunken Treasure Fleet and a Treasure Available token on a random major ocean. Let's do it. It's in 6. Okay. After you successfully search there, gain that and add these 2 to here like so. So we're just going to do like this as a reminder. And a +2 DRM for future insight actions. That's really nice. All right, there we go. Once during each bold attack action for a DRM after a die roll. Or destroy this card for a +2. Just adds 1 to every die, huh? All right, so now we're going to roll for placement. That's a lot of ships coming out. That's a lot of actions. All right, so we have options now for the first time. We'll use it down here. Now, we could choose these two to get 1 action. We could choose these two to get 5 actions. I like that option. Well, I guess technically that. And we'll get 4 actions because you can never get more than 5. It's wasted. That's all right. So here we go. Number 1. Full, 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 flip. Here we go. All right. The Royal Adelaide. Okay. Throw it in the Arctic. The 2. Same thing, everything's full. Ooh. So we have the Captain. It's a capital ship. That is a big, scary ship. Let's put that somewhere we don't want to go. Don't want to put it where I have the Insight cubes. So I guess that leaves us here. Not ideal. And then 2 6s. And everything's full, so I'm going to draw 2. Nope, I'll draw 1 at a time. Kotetsu, Japanese ironclad. All right. Where are we? We are here. There, because it's adjacent. And 1 more. Oof. König Wilhelm, capital ship. That is a big boy. Woo-wee. Well, I don't want to put it here. I could, you know what? That'll work. Whew. All right. We got a ton of actions, though, guys. All right. First and foremost, we're going to refit before we do anything else, I think. So it's going to cost us 2 actions. So here we go. All right. The refit, exerting the ship resource is going to be +3, and we can spend treasure, which is good. There are no warships present. So let's see, that'll be 3 for that. We can discard any one of those. We could discard one of the 4s. That would give us a 7, which gives us an automatic succeed. But on a 5 or higher, then we get to keep one of the salvage. I think we do that. Yep, I'm going to discard one of the 4s. So I'm losing potentially, that's 5 points. So that's going to be a roll of 7, a base of 7, sorry. We roll 2. And that's a 12. 12 says, as a refit, we get an upgrade and 1 fewer salvage. Awesome, that was successful. There. So now, what do we choose? Again, here, I want your guys' decision on this. The double hull gives us a +1 DRM when exerting the hull, which currently it's at +1, which would give us a +2. And it ignores any 6 if we roll a 6 whenever we get hit. The periscope device, you no longer get a +1 notoriety between bold attacks, and you can make consecutive stalk attacks, but you do gain 1 notoriety whenever you do so. The reinforced armor is a -1 DRM to all attack dice rolls. So basically, anytime we attack a warship, it is one number lower, essentially. And the electro-powered crew armor, for each bold attack action, I get a +1 DRM after a die roll. Or I can discard it and get a minus or +2. All right? So which one? Honestly, I'm leaning towards the periscope device or the reinforced armor. And I'm kind of leaning towards the reinforced armor now. Oh, also, this is worth 4 points at the end of the game, provided you don't discard it. This is going to be worth 2, 1, and 1, respectively. And remember, it's one less, so it's 3, 2, 2, and 2. Hey, Jonathan, welcome. One vote for the periscope so far. And while we're waiting, hey, Kush, thank you. Cheers. Thank you for the support, Kush. Really, really appreciate that very much. You guys can support the show. Go to pledgehc.com. Get a shout out. Plus you get all the other benefits, Slack access, stuff like that. So definitely appreciate it. All right. Looks like armored it's going to be. So you guys agree with me. So we're going to discard 3 of these bad boys. 1, 2, 3. And the reinforced armor is coming into play. Here we go. All right. So that was those 2 actions. Now, where are we? We are here. We could search, but I think we need to start. We need to start destroying ships because we're putting out 4 ships per round. Now that we have the reinforced armor, I think we can start going after some of these bad boys up here. I think so. So we'll spend 1 point to move. Up there. All right, let's fight. Now the question is, what kind of fighting? I think we go for a bold attack. All right, so here we go. So this is going to be 1 to attack. We're going to start with the Jilin. It has a 6 attack. So for those getting there. There we go. So warship attacks 2d6, and he needs to roll on a 6 or lower. However, we have reinforced armor. That, but it offset with the other warship. So it's a 6 or lower. Here we go. Let's hope we can roll high, guys. We need a 6 or higher. Here we go. There we go. He misses. Excellent job. So there. Our turn to hit. And we're hitting on a 10 or higher. So we're not making a stock attack. That's now a 7 or higher. It's now an 8 or higher. Yep, let's do it. It's an 8 or higher on this. You know what? maybe we do the stalk attack instead, because I don't think we're going to be able... we're going to stalk attack. One adjustment. I'm only going to do one at a time. Call me a big scaredy cat, but... All right, so instead, it's going to be a 10, 9, 6. The other ship gives it a 7. So we need a 7 or higher. That's a 5. I would only lose... that one crew and a notoriety, but do we use Professor Aronnax or a reroll? Reroll or Professor Aronnax? Because I got to clear out ships. I mean, this is a guarantee, but these, that's worth 5 points. That's worth 9 points. Let's reroll. Let's do it. Here we go. You guys can't be to blame for everything. I got to take ownership of some of this stuff, right? So here we go. We need a 7 or higher. Aye. Oh, it's going the wrong way. Here we go. Ha! Glory to Rome. Oh, boy. I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to do this. I realize, had I done that first, there, and it's dead. And now, we're going to go there. And I get another notoriety for sinking it. Oh, that was a terrible, terrible, terrible attack. Oh. Oh, all right. Well, let's press on. We have one action left. Yep, I think you made the right decision. It's just roll better. I agree. 8. That's a 7. We're going to attack again. I needed the -1, obviously. And this one's going to be a stealth attack on the Royal Sovereign. A stalk attack. So here we go. 2d6. I have reinforced armor, so that's going to be from an 8 to a 7. No other warships, so it's just a straight 7. We need a 7 or higher. Come on. Yes! That'll work. He missed. Okay. So, he missed. Our turn. He's at a 10. Stalk attack is a 9. And 3 more is a 6. No other warships. We need a 6 or higher. I don't care how. We just figure out a way. There we go. Hot damn, now we're cooking with gas. He gone. It does give us 2 notoriety. But that's okay. And that goes back. There we go. That's a little bit better. It kind of offsets what happened a little while ago. So that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're out of actions, but we cleared out some space. That feels good. We're done. Here we go. All right. We have a play card. Oh, here we go. We have a rising action. So this is a predetermined card somewhere in there. A hollow explosion. What sort of craft is it, Ned? From its rigging and its low mass, the Canadian replied, I bet it's a warship. Here's hoping it pulls up and sinks this damn Nautilus. So, play. Fail and add the red reinforcement ship group to the ship draw pool, but before doing so, A, discard one red random ship for each of the first 3 notoriety defeat levels not yet achieved. Sorry, try that again. For the first 3 notoriety defeat levels not yet achieved. So, discard one random red ship. So, I have not reached 1, 2, or 3, so I would remove 3 of these. That would leave 4 left. Add one random undiscarded red ship to the Nautilus current ocean and fight it immediately. This is a mandatory free stock action. All right. Add one random undiscarded red ship to the Nautilus's current ocean and fight it immediately. All right, here we go. So we're going to discard 3 of these at random. So it's going to take too long for you guys to answer for that one. So it's going to be not looking. It'll be this one, and that one. And yep, there you go. Those are the 3 discarded. Then there are 4 left. Just FYI. Zealous, Monarch, Omaha, and Invincible. You know what one we don't want? I imagine you do. Here we go. So here, actually, this one you guys will choose. First one to answer 3. 1, 2, 3, or 4. And this is the order. So the Audacious, the Sinope, and Devastation all got removed from the game. So 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that's the one we're fighting. Okay. Well, it was going to come up. I mean, it had to come up, right? How much are we glad we got that armor now, though? All right, 2 it is. So the second one down. It's not the Monarch. It is the Omaha. Okay, so Invincible, Zealous, and Monarch all going into the bag. We're going to mix those around. Okay, so the good news is it's on the lesser side at least. So here we go. Omaha, Omaha. Bad joke. All right, it's an iron side. So here we go. It's a 9. So 2d6, no other warship, thank God. An 8 or higher is what we need. 8 or higher, come on. 8 or higher. Oops, that's not good. That's not good. Not horrible, actually, if we're going to get hit, I think. So for each hit, if the result's lower, the Nautilus suffer hits equal to the lower die's value. So that's a 1. So we get 1 hit. That's not the end of the world, right? So we could, just FYI, discard one of these to prevent the hit, but we're not gonna. We're going to roll a 1d6 to find out what it is. It's a 6. We did not choose the one that protects us from that. So a 6 is our hull got hit. Still fighting trim, we're okay. So now we get to hit it. It's at an 11. So that's 11 minus a stock 1, that is 10. That is a 7. and no other warships. Here we go. We need a 7 or better. Here we go. Exactly. That's hence the Omaha, Eric. Glad you caught that. So we need a 7 or higher. Boom! Down goes Omaha. He go. So we do get 2 notoriety. 1, 2 for sinking it, which adds this reinforcement group. You might be asking yourself, what is this reinforcement group? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's these guys. The Repulse, it's the Repulse. If you played Pacific Typhoon, you get the joke. Idaho, Victoria, and Bellerophon go into the bag. But Omaha is gone. Now, Omaha's worth 3 points in and of itself, or we could go ahead and salvage it. What do y'all want to do with that? No, the 6 is the double hull. Oh, did I get the wrong thing? No, I got the right. Oh, you guys wanted me to get double hull, I think. No, the armor. No, I got. No, so no, we're good. So what do we do with Omaha? Do we sink her? Quite a few cards left. So we'll be able to start adding up here. That was a different one. So she's coming off the board, but I'm leaning towards the North Atlantic, putting her there. I'm leaning towards that because we already have 3, which is going to get us another one of those, right? I think we need to score. These are going to score more. Final answer, done. So that was the event. All right. So it goes into the fail pile, but it was really a success. That'll work. All right. So now we're going to roll. Oof. 4 dice. It's only white dice, remember, for the... So there, I can't do this for a lull, right, is my point. So we'll do the 2 and 5. 1, 2, 3. For those, then the 2 comes out. No, 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 and no. So we draw. Yep, one of the blue ships comes out. It's not too bad. Idaho, it's a 9 and 9. Yeah, because of the... Yeah. Okay. 3. A couple of 5s, which one will go there. That was good. So now we roll, or we draw, sorry. Okay, unfortunately it's a warship, but it's a good warship. Like if we're going to get a warship, this is kind of the one I would want to get right now. An Italian frigate, Giuseppe Garibaldi. That I like that one. Okay, so if we were to attack and take out, if I were to put it here, we were to attack and then incite. Or I could put it down here, make it one big monster target. Yeah, that's what we'll do. All right. So that was the first 5, I believe. So now we got one more 5. All right. All right. Victoria, it's at 8 and 11. All right. I think we attack to start. Get rid of the ship. And then incite? I think so. Oh, the sunken treasure fleet, that's right, gives a +2 whenever we incite, right? 1, 2, it's 2 moves away to come after this. You know what? I'm going to do something bold and... Oh, wait. You know what? We also have... hold on. Oh. Oh, I did a 5-2... Oh, right, because I put that down. Good call. The blue goes away. All right. That's not so bad. Good, 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 good. Thank you, guys. So here's what I'm thinking. I think I attack, take this out. Then I think I go ahead and refit with the last 2 actions to go ahead and either get the periscope device or, better yet, the electro-powered crew armor. And then I move over here to try and take this out to get the sunken treasure fleet. Then we go ahead and start inciting. And the Indian Ocean, I would gain up to 2 ship resources this here. I have as an option. Okay? So the question is, do I even bother wasting the... I think we just refit first. Yeah, let's refit first. So that's going to be 1 action. That's going to be a +3. Yeah, I feel good about this. So the refit is going to be +3, and then I can spend treasure, which I don't need the discount. So I need a 4 or higher. I'm willing to risk it without putting out a treasure. And there's no warship, so there we go. I need a 4 or higher. So let's go with a 6. That'll work. So the question is, we're going to discard all 3 of these now. What do we get? Choose one of these. The double hull, which is +1 DRM when exerting our hull, and 6s don't happen. I think that's the weakest of the bunch. You don't get notoriety for bold attacks, but you can do consecutive stalk attacks, but you do get a notoriety. That's also really nice. Or the electro-powered crew armor. Once per bold attack, I get a +1 DRM after a dice roll. So maybe the periscope? Yeah, I know, Paul. I actually wrote it down. I just forgot to do it in the meantime. I'm going to add that on Slack. And it's not going to be just the solo. It's just going to be a stream thing. So I'm leaning towards the periscope. Let's just, because we're going to be fighting a lot. And this allows me to do consecutive stalk attacks on a single action. No notoriety. That's the crux of the mission, Rocky says. For me, it's less about the notoriety, and it's more about the being able to do consecutive stalk attacks on a single action. Or do the bold and don't take the notoriety. Yeah, I think the periscope. So far, I'm the only one saying the periscope, though. What say you? I think I make a fair point on it. I'm going with the periscope. Final decision. Periscope says, when Léon Foucault improved the reflecting telescope in 1857 by introducing a process of depositing a layer of silver on glass telescope mirrors, Captain Nemo saw the potential of this idea in terms of a periscope, quote-unquote, device for the Nautilus. So there we go. Okay? All right. So that was one action. The next action, I could kill it. Where's the Pacific? So the Pacific is this stuff out here. Not the Arctic, but the Pacific. I'm going to stick with what I was doing. 1, 2, and 3. Going there. Because the sunken treasure fleet is going to help us with notoriety as well with the Insight. So there you go. That's all my actions. We're done. Done. All right, here we go. We have another test. The Lost Continent. Now, note, it's a wonder. So it's 7, 8 points here. But Captain Nemo came over and stopped me with a gesture. Then, picking up a piece of chalky stone, he advanced to a black basalt rock and scrawled this one word, Atlantis. So the test, Nemo and the crew, that's going to be a total of 5, so I need a 6 or higher. I can pass and get 2 or gain a Nemo. Nice. Or, if I fail, lose a Nemo and place 1 keep card from the tableau in the fail pile. Let's not fail this. All right. Now, this seems, I need a 6 or higher. Don't forget, I also have this, that I can pass this. I get a +3 DRM for a test. I think I wait on that one. All right. So, the crew, I already kind of forgot to bring it back. That's 5. I need a 6. But it's worth so many points. +2 treasure. It's so many points. 7, 8. This could be like 16 points. This is a massive. You know what? It's too many points to pass up. I'm going to discard this and get a +3 DRM. So that's 3, 8. I need a 3 or higher. No, I'm not. I need a 6 or higher. I'm going to keep it. All right, here we go. We need a 6. Yep, here we go. 6 or higher. Well, that's good. Yahtzee. There we go. This is a pass, so it's 7. That's going to be 8 points. And I'm going to get 2. I'm not going to get the bump in Nemo. There we go. So we get, it's been a while since we've gotten some treasure. Here they are. So that's going to be 2, potentially 3 points. Oh, place an incite cube in any available location. But it's not the incite action, so I don't get the bump down in notoriety. So what do these actually help with then? Is the question. So. Paraguayan War, I think, works. And that will go there. A moment. Oh, they are worth 3 points apiece as well. Keep that in mind. So there's that. All right. Whew. So that was the test. And now we roll for placement. I don't have the silver yet. All right. So it's going to be 4 actions. 4 action points. 2. Full. Draw. Another blue. It's the same one. I did scramble them up too. And 3. The house car, it's I don't know what that flag is. I don't know what that one is. You know what? Yep, that'll work. There. 6 and 6. There. Everything is full, so we're drawing. Here we go. Shenandoah is an 8 and a 9. This game can't end fast enough. And the next one is, there we go, Jumna. There we go. Okay. No, those are cannonballs. There. All right. So we have 4 action points. Let's rock and roll, shall we? We're going to attack. Start. So we're going to attack the... This is going to be a stalk attack. And remember, I can chain these now. All right. It's going to give me notoriety, but I'm okay with this. So first things first, he rolls 2d6. He's at 6. He's at 5. So I need a 5 or higher. We're good. He misses. So then our turn. He's at a 9. It's a stalk. Make it an 8. Make it a 5. And no other warships. We need a 5 or higher. Got him. So, and it does not give us any negatives. So this is Indian Ocean. Boom. There she goes. Now, I will gain 1 notoriety for a stalk attack, continuing because of the periscope. And we're going to go on to the America. So this one is at 10. Stalk attack makes it 9. Makes it 6. So we need a 6 or lower. No, Mur, there's a lot of ships coming out, and that's all. That's the only reason. No, it's just I'm in a decent position. I'd like to be able to win. So 10, 9, 6. We need a 6 or higher. Ah, it's a 5. It's worth 4 points and another notoriety. Ah. Oh. Damn it. Fine. Bye, Ned. So that's going to be 3 notoriety. Claim that one. Then I'm going to get 1 more. And we're going to go after the Ellen Southard. Same thing. I need a 6 or higher. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm totally enjoying it. I never win solo streams. Never win solo games. So the sooner this ends, the better, because I'm in a better position for it to end. That's all. So we need a 6 or higher. There we go. Got him. So it's going to be, sorry, wrong one. There for this one, and that will go there. All right. So that was excellent one action, kind of. Where was the Sunken Fleet one? Right there. After you successfully search there, I gain that. Well, looks like we're going to search. So we're going to search for treasure. So that resets. So the search, we're going to exert the crew for 3, plus 1 for the Arcane Library is 4. So we need a minimum of a 3. But you know what's even better? So we're at 4. 8. 8 would be good. There's an 8. That'll do. So that's going to be 2 treasure and the Sunken Fleet. So this will go away. We'll get that. Now, whenever we do the Incite action, we get a +2. So we get the Sunken Treasure. That will come over here. And we get 2 treasure. That'll work. There we go. So there's 2. So that's 5, but really 7. Okay. Well, that was good. That was a hell of a good. Did I bump this down for the search? I don't know if I did. I had 4, and I attacked and then searched. I think I did. Well, that cleared that out. That's better. Now what? If we get over to the Pacific as a move, and then as an action, we can gain 2 resources. I think we still hold off on that right now because we're still in okay shape. So I think we keep this card in our back pocket. We are going to be moving over to the Pacific, and then we could attack some more. That might not be too bad. Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to move 1. And that's coming there. And then we're going to attack. We're going to start with the Kotetsu. So the attack is, he's at a 7. No other warships, so reinforced armor. I need a 6 or higher for him to miss. Oh, wait. You're right. Maybe Inciting actually makes sense now that I've cleared that out. That was the whole damn point. Back up. Whoop. So Inciting takes 1 action. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. Thank you. That was the whole point of doing that, right? All right, so Inciting. I can exert 1 resource. So it's going to be the crew for 3, plus any other treasure if I wish to discard one. So 3 plus 1 for the library is 4. 5, 6 for the sunken fleet. No ships and no uprising. So I'm at a 6. So we could go ahead and drop down some notoriety, I think, here. That's 6. We'll get rid of a 2. That makes it an 8. So I need a 4 or higher to get rid of 2 notoriety. Well, that's good. There we go. So I'm going to place 1, and I get rid of 2 notoriety. That drops down 2. We'll drop 1 into the Selangor Civil War. There. It's so nice, we do it twice. Let's do it again. So again, that's going to be 3 for the crew, 4 for the library, 5, 6 for the sunken fleet, minus 1 because there's an uprising cube, so we're at 5. So that's 5. We need a 4 or higher to get rid of 1 notoriety. We'll get rid of a 1-pointer. So we're at 6 right now. So ideally, a 6 or higher, and we're good. There we go. Got it. So again, we're going to place 1 more and remove 2 notoriety. There. We're placing 1 more. And that'll be in the Abyssinia War. That was a successful turn, I would say. I'm really, really happy with that. All right. Here we go again. Getting tense. So the finale is in the bottom 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have like 6 or 7 cards left. We got to play Commerce Scare. The Shipping and Mercantile Gazette, the Lloyd's List, the Packet Boat, and the Maritime and Colonial Review, all papers devoted to insurance companies which threaten to raise their rates of premium, were unanimous on this point. Public opinion has been pronounced. Perform this many reactions. 4 and pass if motive is war or anti-imperialism. It's not. 2 and fail if it's explore or science. So I get 2 reactions and it's a fail. For each reaction, either gain a notoriety or flip any non-warship token if available to show its warship side. I think that's 2 notoriety, because, man, well, let's look. A 6 and 10, I'm okay with that. So there's 1. The Minotaur. 7 and 10, I don't like that nearly as much. 6 and 9, that'll work. It's a frigate. All right, we're good. Good. All right. So that goes to a fail, unfortunately. And now we roll. Huh. So here's the interesting thing. No actions. But if I choose the lull turn, only the white dice get ships. And it's only 1 action. I think I take the lull turn. Believe it or not, I think I do. Because for 1 action to place another ship, I don't know that it's worth it. Oh, but the lull, he gets to possibly remove uprisings. No, he doesn't, because there's no ships. Well, I suppose it would run a risk right there for a 1. But I think that's worth it. Oh, and there's this one. That one would get removed. I don't want to, so fine. I'll place the extra ship. All right. So this is going out on 2. No, 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 no. So we place a ship. We have the buffle, 8 or 9, full, full, so it's here or there. But then again, hold on. If we do, we get to actually place on an adventure. Nope, we're sticking with it. So there's 2. Then 4 will be a draw. Hey. Oh boy. I had a plan to go here. Maybe less so now. Another 4. This one I'm hoping to put up there. In fact, I must put up there. So. Fujiyama. That's a really good one to have drawn. That's good. And then the 5. We'll go onto one of those 2, probably the one on the right. Oof, but 3. Damn it. 3 notoriety. It's too much. And I get 1 action. Thank you. All right. I think we have to move, right? We could pass, but no, we're going to move. So the question is, where do we move to? We can move to the South Atlantic to get up to the North Atlantic. But the problem is we already got that, and we kind of want these points. South Atlantic's going to be awfully damn hard to get at. But the Minotaur is doable. Yeah. Or the other option is to come up. We are going to have to take this eventually, right? And it opens up. Yeah, let's go there for our movement. Done. That's it. Next action. Another play card. 5 goes into the 6. Oh, you're right. Which one did? Oh, shoot. Hold on. What should that have been? Sorry. What one was it? It was this guy. That there. So that was there. Sorry, forgot it was connected. I saw it. So that would have been there, right? So that one goes back into the bag. Good call. All right, so the play card. The Grecian Archipelago. Prudence bids us profit by the first opportunity to leave the Nautilus. The occasion must be serious, and our first attempt must succeed. If it fails, we shall never find another, and Captain Nemo will never forgive us. +1 notoriety. Immediately make an unmodified warship attack at 8 die roll versus the Nautilus and suffer any damage that might occur. If you suffer 1 or 2 hits, it passes. If you suffer 2 or more, rest, repair, and refit actions only cost 1 point this turn. Well, there's that. Now, it does say an unmodified. However, That one allows me a +3 for a test. That would make it a 5. Nope, we're going to save it for right now, so let's roll. 8 or higher. There we go. It passed. So it's a pass, 0-1 hit. It's just a straight pass, so it's going to be worth 4 points. All right. Now we'll roll our 4 dice. There. The 3 has to go full, full, full. All right. Appreciate you doing that, Rocky. Thank you. All right, we have the Lord Clyde. Yep, I'm good with that. Then this would be 3 action points. I got to start killing. Yeah, so we're not going to lull. Yep. So the 5 will go there. And then 2 6s. So there's a 5. There's a 6. And now the other 6 is going to be a draw. Take care, Jonathan. That'll work. That's about as good as it could have been. The done now. No. Yeah, this is where we got to get to just to clear that out. All right, so that's done. We have 3. First things first. We're going to stalk attack the Minotaur. All right, so here we go. 2d6, he's at a 6. And then my reinforced armor offsets the warship, so it's going to be a 6. We need a 6 or higher, guys. There we go, he missed. So now we hit, or we attack. He's at a 10. He's at an 11 with the warships. It's a 10 with the stalk. It's a 7 with that. That's 7. Here we go. Need to do that again. Got him. Yes. Gives us 1 notoriety, but South Atlantic goes there. Now, I could continue to take these out if I want to try. I don't think I do. Move and attack again. Whatever I do, I really want to stay below those. We're going to move. But European, Eastern, and Western Pacific. Eastern, Western, and European. There for the move, and then an attack. We're going to try and take out the Cutty Sark. Yep, Cutty Sark. So I'm attacking, so he doesn't get to. It's not a military ship, it's just a clipper. So it's a stalk attack. So it's at a 9, Stalk offsets the warships, and then 3 is going to be a 6 or higher. Doing all right, Christopher. So 6 or higher. Come on. That was a colossal fail. So it's a miss. Damn it. So hold on. That was a miss. How crazy would it be to discard one of these for the success? What do y'all think? I think that's kind of nuts, right? Oh, you're right. It should have been placed here. I apologize. Right? Is that right? I think so. Because it's not adjacent. You're right. Thanks, Pierre. So I moved the Donnell over. I guess I take the loss. So I get that and I lose the resource. That's all right. Or, you know, that's worth so many points. Let's back up. I'm not going to lose that, and I'm not going to get that. Instead, yes, at this point, I'm going to lose the hydro drive. I don't think I need to move nearly as much now. First officer, losing Nemo hurts. And I can gain a couple still, so I think moving one at a time at this point wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? Yeah, we're losing a hydro drive. Just final answer. Or is it? Damn it. No, we're not. You're right. We will lose the first officer. So I will lose a Nemo, so I'm going to get 3 actions or 3 DRM, and the 3 DRM makes it a success. So I will lose Nemo there. But it's a success. Cutty Sark, the European Sea, will go there. Done. Good call. Whew. All right. We are done with actions. Next one. Here we go. We have a play card. A mass execution. The poor ship then sank more swiftly. Its mastheads appeared laden with victims. Then its cross trees, bending under clusters of men. Finally, the peak of the main mast. Then the dark mast disappeared, and with it, a crew of corpses dragged under by fearsome eddies. Fail and gain 1 to 3 notoriety. All right, just 1 notoriety, not too bad. There, done. And now we have the placement. First officer is a lot of points, everyone's saying, right? But I figure if I bump him back, I'm getting 7 back there. And that's 7 here. The hydro is worth 4 points. I think that's worth it. You guys, really? Because then being able to get to the Eastern and Western Pacific, because I need to be able to move enough to be able to get here and there before the end of the game. Nope, sticking with it. First officer is gone. So here we go. Here we go. 2 4s, 2 5s. There's 1. That's good. A 5 will go there. And then the other 5, one more. The Britannia. All right. So we have one action. So how many spots left do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to move 1, 2. Thinking we can come over, grab the Alfred, and then move over to the Western Pacific. You know what? Better yet, we were here. 1, 2. Take those out as best we can early. All right, so that's my action. Here we go. We have a keep. That's good. The Arabian Tunnel. There's a passageway? Yes, an underground passageway that I've named the Arabian Tunnel. It starts below the Suez and leads to the Bay of Pelusium. Or Pelusium, I guess. Move the Nautilus directly between the Indian Ocean and the European seas. Really? To pass. And that's worth 5 points. Place the Arabian Tunnel marker on the map to remind you that this pathway is now open for the remainder of the game. Okay. Move the Nautilus. Okay. So, the Arabian, this, the Indian, and so the Suez Canal. There we go. So we now have that. Oh, saying I can do so. Right? Move the Nautilus directly between the Indian Ocean and the European seas to pass. Oh, I have to travel that to pass. Got it. Okay. Or if at game's end, it's a fail if I don't use it. All right. Hey, Rainer. All right, let's roll. You would think I would get a wider range. I was kind of betting on that this turn because I almost passed last turn with that. If we null, we would only place 3. Nope, we're not gonna get our one action. 3. The Clyde, that'll work. 4 and 4. I'm gonna do this one at a time because this is gonna change. So it's got to go into the South Atlantic. The Thames. And the second 4 now, it says hidden ship, no. Hidden ship in adjacent, no. Reveal a hidden ship in the adjacent, no, cannot. So now flip a white non-warship token in that ocean or an adjacent ocean to its gray warship side. So we'll do the Pensacola. There we go. And then 6. We'll have to place either here or there. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Rainer. Well, hey! Hey! Like a ghost, she appears. Mary Celeste, she's worth 7 points. Oh, Nelly. That worked out well. She's going right here. That'll do, pig. So we got one action. We're moving right there. And that's it. We are ready to go. We have these two left for those 8 points. Whew. Here we go. A test. A runaway reef. The year 1866 was marked by a bizarre development, an unexplained and inexplicable phenomenon that surely no one has forgotten. So, we can use Nemo for a +3. Oh my. Get rid of notoriety or gain notoriety? So Nemo is a +3. So we need a 4 or higher, guys. Come on now. There we go. So we pass and we drop 2 notoriety to 18. Excellent. Now we roll. Replacement. That's a little bit better, I think, maybe. Because that's going to give us 3. So it's going to go 1 there. Ferdinand Max. Down in the South Pacific. Another 1. There we go. The Rhone. That's too easy a ship to pass up to take the risk to put it here. I think that's worth it. The 3, no, 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 no. So we're going to, oh, no, right here. So this is going to the European. And the Pequod. +1 to Nemo. Probably not going to happen at this point. And 4, no, 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 and no. So we have the Normandy. Sorry. Here we go. All right, step 1. Let's fight. We're taking on the Kotetsu. The Kotetsu rolls a 2d6, no other warships, so it's a 6 or higher, and we're good. Got him. Or at least didn't get hit, as it were. So that's good. Now, he's at a 10. Stock attack, that's a 9. No other warships. We'll not use Nemo. We will use the crew. He's at a 6. We need a 6 or higher. Yeah. Come on. 6 or higher. There we go. Got him. Kotetsu, down. 1 notoriety. And that will go into the Western. Good. Now, we'll take out the Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste, there, I'm going to get 1 more notoriety for doing so. Yep. So the Mary Celeste is at a 7, a 6 for a stock, a 3 with the crew. 3. You need a 3 or higher. Got her. So the Mary Celestes, importantly, remember, is that wonder. That's going to be worth 7 points. I will get another notoriety, and I will try and take out the Jumna. Same rules apply. So at a 7, at a 6 for the stalk, at a 3. We need a 3 or higher. Got it. So that will go there. And +1 to the crew. So that resets, and then +1 to the crew for the Jumna. That was another slaver we got. And you know what? We're going to go one more. It's a 7 minus 4. It's a 3 or higher. Got it. So it's going to be one more there. That'll go there. And that was a hell of a good action. All right. So now that that's done, we're going to incite while we're here. So that's going to drop. So incite, if you guys remember, there are now no ships in the Western Pacific. So it's going to be +3 for exerting the crew, 4 for the Arcane Library, 5, 6 for the Sunken Fleet, no ships, and no uprising cubes. So we're at 6. And we'll go ahead and get rid of a 2. That'll be 8. Need a 4 or higher. Good. So the 4 or higher says we place 1 and get rid of 2 notoriety. So 2 here. We'll place 1. That'll be the Shogun Rebellion. And then we'll do it again. So again, it's going to be 3. We'll get rid of a 1. I'll get rid of a 3 treasure, actually, for this one. Right? Maybe I don't. Hold on. That'll be 3, 4, 5, 6. Minus 1 for an uprising cube. That's a 5. So we need a 4. Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of any. So we need a 4 or higher. That'll work. That lets us place another and get rid of 2 more notoriety. This will be the Chinese migrants. Get rid of 2 more notoriety. All right. Done with our actions. That was it. That was the perfect turn. That's exactly how that hopefully would go. So there we go. We have another keep card. Vigo Bay. It's worth 6 points. This was the scene of the battle of the 22nd of October, 1702. Here, galleons laden for the Spanish government had sunk. Here, Captain Nemo came, according to his wants, to pack up those millions with which he burdened the Nautilus. When the Nautilus is in the North Atlantic or the European seas, good luck with getting back there, you may fail and collect 1 treasure. Continue collecting treasure 1 at a time until you draw a wonder or retain token, at which time you keep that token and stop drawing. Game end, it's worth 6 points if unused. That's kind of sexy. All right. Well, that's kind of a fun card. Keep that one there. All right. Now we roll. I would like 4 1s. Okay, maybe not exactly, but you get the idea, right? How about 1 1 6 6? All right. 4 actions. A 2. Full, 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 full. So it'll be this one. That'll be the City of Adelaide. I feel, you know, it's funny. This is probably the ship I feel worst about. Like somebody's writing their loved one or whatever because it's a mail ship, and they never got it, and oh, it's terrible. Anyway, another 2. Full, 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 full. Do we do City of Adelaide or the Alfred? We'll do the Agincourt or Agincourt armored frigate. Okay, and 2 6s. That's pretty easy. That's going to be there and there. Well, that worked out. All right. 4 actions. We could incite again. I don't see why we don't. So we will incite. So again, it's going to be 3 for the crew, minus 2 for that, so that's at 1. 2 for the library, 4 for the sunken treasure fleet, total. That's 4. We'll get rid of the 3, so that's 7. So ideally a 5 or higher. That'll work. So we're going to place one more, which is Tientsin Massacre, and drop that to there. So that's one action. Okay, now what? And we're in the Western Pacific, right? So now, what about Veracoro, guys? Oops. Sorry. Do we do Veracoro now? I think we fail this and we can get 2 Nemo, because that's worth 7 points, whereas this is worth 4 and then 2 treasure. And it costs an action. What do you think? Captain Edward, destroyer of long-distance relationships, right? Maybe it was full of bills. Fair enough. I'm going to do this, so this is going to cost us 1 action while we're here. The question is, which do we do? So Nemo would get us 7 points. Or that's worth 4 and then 2 draws. I'm actually leaning towards the 2 draws now. Yeah, I think we're going to... This may end up biting me in the butt, but we're going to do it. 2 treasure. So we got that, which is going to be worth 3, and this. Gain a crew. Always nice. It's full right now, or keep. So that'd be a total of, what, 7 points. So it's a wash, but I lose the risk one. You know, it's a little bit riskier. So it's all right. So we have 2 actions left. I guess we could search. Yeah, why don't we search? Might as well. I mean, there. So searching. So it's going to be 3, 4. So we're at 4. That'll work. So crew. 8 or higher would be great. Oy. So it's a calamity. Lose a crew and a hull. And the crew. Or, no. Or we could, ooh, wait. Or the emergency. Let's see. During, that was an action. It gives me the lowest result, and I lose a resource I exerted, and I pay the consequences. So, that satisfies the loss of any one ship resource. Not worth it. Ouch. I don't have any rerolls because I have that to gain a Nemo and that to gain a crew. I have no rerolls left. Card should go into a pass. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Oh, wow, that's a no-brainer then, yeah. Okay, you're right. So, we lose that. Then, for the search, unfortunately, it's a calamity. I lose a crew and a hull. Still fighting trim. We're okay. We have one action left. I think we hold it. I think we do. So here we go. Come on, end game. We made it. We made it. Ah! Okay, here we go. Modus vivendi. Mr. Disraeli, I began, a parley with Captain Nemo will not be easy. But as Her Majesty's envoy, you can speak for the great powers, and I hope assuage his savage heart. Professor, I completely understand. If we cannot compromise, however. So we have a test. So, crew and hull for a potential 4. And before any future tests, get a +3 on the DRM. So that's going to be a 3. That's 6. That's 7. You've successfully negotiated a ceasefire and the game ends. And it's worth 12 points. If I fail, negotiations break down, lose 1 Nemo, or gain 1 notoriety, then retake this test and repeat each time until a game end condition. If you never pass this test, you fail. Boy, do you. So it's at 11. So 3, 4, 7. I need a 4 or higher. Here we go. A 4 or higher. Got it. Game ends. And it goes into, there we go. Woo! All right. So now, let's get the scorecard. So here's what I'm doing. All right. So we'll keep it here. Final motive, also explore. Endgame trigger was modus vivendi. Finale. Okay. So we'll walk through all of this one by one. All right. So, warships. All right. So warships, I'm looking at, and it's -1 point for each. So this says 2, so that's 1. And 3 more here. Got a better way to do this. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of those. So -4 points after we're all done. 2, 6, 7. 7 -4. That's 3 points. Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, fine. Let's do it this way. 6. So that's 7 minus 4. That gives us 3. Okay? Non-warships. So we'll take, and I didn't get the Eastern Pacific. Did I? I didn't make it there. Oh, that's frustrating. All right. Non-warships. We're looking at 2, 5, 8. None. 9. And there. So that's going to be 9 points there. Okay? Adventures plus upgrades and the finale. So this is the pass pile. Upgrades and the finale. Right. A moment. And resources, scouring the seas, character, crew, and adventures. I'm just trying to figure out where upgrades also, right there. All right, so adventures and upgrades. So that'll be all of these cards and the successes. So all the successes. Just trying to move this a little bit so you guys, there we go. All right. That should be a little bit better. So here we go. That is 12, 16, 17. Oh, you guys can't see it. Jesus, I'm doing terrible. Let's try this again. 12, 16, 17, but we're going to keep this one aside. 19, 25, 26, 27, 29. So there, we're looking at 29, and the adventures are there. Okay, now treasures. So let's get this one. Okay. So treasures, that looks like 0, and this is +1 each. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-point bonus. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 20, 29, 33 for those. All right. So there, okay. Now liberation. And liberation is how many cubes do we have out here on the board? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 3. Okay? So 8 times 3, 24. Then science. So anything that has that symbol on it, And that one is going to be, I could probably do this. That's a times 4. That's a times 7. So the science ones, what do we have here? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. So that's going to be 4. That's 16. And now the wonders. Plus Nemo. Unfortunately, Nemo doesn't get us anything. So the Mary Celeste is going to get us 1. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's 6. So that's 42. There we go. Okay. And now resources. So anything that is out here that we get points. So let's reset that back where it was, that where it was. So nothing. That's going to be 4 and nothing. So Nemo is 0. Crew gets us 4. They were the superstars of all of this. That'll be 4 points. Scouring the Seas, unfortunately, missed that. So that's nothing. And now character, crew, and adventures. So anything with that symbol. So we're looking at, what do we have? Oh, hold on. Forgot those. That's another 3. That's another 21. So that's 63 points. Sorry. Forgot about those earlier. Then we have 4. And I actually forgot that card as well. So that's going to be 1 and then 2 more. So that'll be 4 and 11. Okay. And that is 4 points. There. And now finale card penalty. There was none. Now we add it up. It's been a long stream, so I'm going to cheat. Here we go. So 4 and 11 is 15, plus 29, plus 33, plus 24, plus 16, plus 63, plus 8. Damn. 188. Really? 15? Really? That sucked. All right. So now we get the epilogues. 188. 188 is a failure. So 185 and below is defeat. But 188 is a failure. So I didn't lose, but I failed. Then at 220, it's inconsequential. The reason I said 250, because it's a success. 275 or higher is a triumph. So 188 is a failure of exploring. I disagree, but it wasn't defeat. It was just a failure. Here we go. Captain Nemo's voyage ends in disappointment. Nothing world-changing or even very important is discovered, and his letters are rejected by multiple scientific journals. He responds by disappearing with the Nautilus into the icy depths and is never seen again. Well, crap. It wasn't a failure, though. I'm sorry, it wasn't a defeat. It was just a failure, which is worse, because at least you would have gone out in a ball of glory with a defeat, but with a failure? Damn. I don't know that I could have gotten an extra 62 points somewhere. I'm not seeing it. I don't think so. All right. Well, whoo. That was a hell of a stream, wasn't it? That was fun. People are asking. So, there are 4 cards left. Wow. Let's check it out, shall we? So, what were they? I need glasses. Oh, no, I don't. There. After placing the finale card in the pass or fail pile. Wait a minute. What? A moment. So what is this? After placing the finale card in the pass or fail pile, if the what? I haven't seen this. Have you guys? Because you don't actually do the last cards, right? But I have never seen this card. Have you guys? Oh, as a keep card beforehand. Yeah, All right, my bad. Thank you. Then it would trigger. All right, you're right. Cool. So that was there. That would have been cool. That card. All right. But the fact that it's a wonder, you know. There. And the Nautilus is in the South Atlantic. You can spend 2 actions to pass. Okay, cool. And, there, shortage of air. All right, well, that's what was still to come. But there you go. That was fantastic. So it was 5.5 hours, which is long, I understand. But, oh my God. Walking through every single decision with you guys out loud, A, it's exhausting. And number 2, it takes forever. So that's why this ran so long. But that was a blast. I would say probably, I'm curious, what's the playtime on this? Has anybody looked that up? It says 1 hour to 2 hours. That seems ambitious. Yeah, I think that's ambitious. I would say playing at a leisurely pace, I would say probably 2 to 3 hours for this. If you're, wanting to and you're enjoying it, and you obviously don't have to learn it because, well, I just ran you through the entire game. So yeah, this is fantastic. I understand why this is one of the most well thought of solo games out there, built specifically for solo. Now there are some things at the back of the back of the rule book. Says fully cooperative gameplay variant, a semi-cooperative gameplay variant, and then there are optional rules in here, and also some tiles that make it harder because that's what I need. Yeah, that was a blast, though. All right, 90 is maybe if you're moving quickly and you know the game, right? I feel like that's ambitious at best. But yeah, that was fantastic. So big thank you to all of you for hanging out with me today. That was a blast. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and that was a hell of a good way to spend a Saturday, guys. Thank you. So if you're all tucked in at your house, which I imagine everybody is with the social distancing, this was fun. This was a good time to do it. All right. All right, yeah, and Moritz says, 2.5 to 3 hours. I think playing at a leisurely pace, and you're thinking about your actions and your options, but you're not verbalizing every single thing, and that's what adds considerably to the streams. It's funny, there are some people out there that look at the streams and just, oh my God, it's that long? That game shouldn't take that long. Yeah, but we also think through all of our turns. And in my case, I'm doing it all by myself, so it's constant talking. Whew, I'm spent. I'm taking a day off. So, no, I didn't say you guys were exhausting, Mur. I said vocalizing everything that I'm doing is exhausting. So there you go. All right. So Luke says, I'm so glad this exists now. I'm so using it. Yeah, that was a blast. That was a really good time. To be determined for next week. I don't know what content is coming. It's either going to be more solo streams. It may be some 2-player stuff, maybe some up to 4-player for our social distancing crew that basically we're not seeing anybody else outside of us. So there's that. But yeah, I'll let you guys know. Monday at noon is when the weekly look ahead is going to be. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I will probably know the schedule by tonight, and we'll go from there. All right? So anything planned for tomorrow, stream-wise? Nothing's planned, but you know what? Thumb, first off, give it thumbs. I think I earned a thumb today, didn't I? I think so. Subscribe if you hit the bell and you get notified whenever we go live. So if there is anything that happens tomorrow, you get notified, because I'm not going to announce it if it's going to be a Gonzo stream, if it's just going to be a surprise. Hey, decided to do something. I'm not promising, but we'll see. Also, seriously, thank you guys to everybody that chooses to go the extra step and go to pledgehc.com or patreon.com/heavycardboard to support the show. If you think what I do here on the show and we collectively is worth $1 or $2 or $5 or however much you think it's worth, I certainly would appreciate that every month. Or you can go to, heavycardboard.com/Davis Dry Goods, I think. The store, pledgehc.com. You can go to the store and there's an annual option and you get all the benefits that everybody else on Patreon does, if you prefer that, as opposed to the monthly subscription. Hoo-yah. Also, don't forget, as you see going right here, right there, go to heavycardboard.com, listen to the latest podcast, Pax Transhumanity. I think it was episode 145, released last week. New episode coming out in 2 weeks, week and a half at this point, I guess. And anything else. Or your favorite podcast app. That's it. I'm out. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go get something to eat and chill out. All right? That was awesome. Legitimately, I had a blast today, and I hope you guys did too. All right? That was awesome. I like it, Victor. Fist bump to you as well. All right? All right. You guys have a great rest of your day. Great rest of your weekend. I may see you tomorrow. I may not. If not, noon on Monday for the weekly look ahead. We'll find out together what else coming out then. Take care, everybody. 188 points. How about that roll at the beginning? That was awesome and so tragic. It was hysterical, and I almost threw in the I almost threw my glasses down and wrecked the board. That was so unlikely. That was awesome.